Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Put you one time, kick it. What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, hello. What's going on? Good afternoon. You know what? I'll come right out and say it. Good afternoon. How about that? I'll fancy it up. I ain't too good for you. My name's Alan Cox. Thanks for being here. Welcome. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Ripper hugs, everybody.
Say hi to Mary Santora, who is in Midtown Manhattan.
What up?
She's amid. I'm going to check my notes here, but I'm pretty sure Are you amid both hustle and bustle?
Yes.
Oh, good. Isn't there a dating app called Bustle?
I have no idea.
I know there's Bumble. Was there like a ladies' fashion forward fast fashion site called Bustle or something like that?
I don't know about that.
Have you ever had a bustle in your hedgerow?
Is that a song?
It's a Led Zeppelin lyric, yes.
Oh, okay.
Bill,
I was like, I feel like that's familiar.
Bill, I thought maybe Mary might have the answer as to whether or not there was a ladies' fast fashion website.
Yeah.
But she
didn't. Neither did I.
I know. Bill goes, I don't know. There might be. I don't even know what a bustle is.
A lot of ladies, so
I know, that's true. Did you ever buy clothes for them?
Yeah.
You do?
Well, for my girlfriend, I bought her,
Well,
bought her
all
a
right.
couple things.
Sure. You're out there looking for size 2s. And, you always got to shoot low, too. If you ever, obviously, if you've been with somebody a long time, you know their sizes. But at the beginning of things, you always need to go smaller because that makes them feel good, right?
But it doesn't make them feel good if you get it too small and then they don't fit in it.
Because that makes them feel fat.
Yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
just don't buy me clothes.
See, that's where I come in.
didn't buy
I
you
go,
clothes.
Bill's brave over here. He's buying clothes.
I know what to buy her, too. I'm not buying her, like, form-fitting stuff. I'm getting her the cozy stuff she likes to wear around the house.
Oh, I see, like slankets?
Yeah, stuff like that.
Stuff like that.
Slankets.
Mary, I'm trying to get him to have fewer clothes, not more. Hey!
I see you.
A bustle keeps the skirt from dragging. This is that thing in Victorian times that were just below the waist, right? Yep. It also tried to give the appearance, I have to assume, if you look at those old Victorian photos, you'll read all these think pieces now about, like, where do white guys get the big asses? Go back into those Victorian pictures and find all those things. They were clearly trying to get some early days replication of giving the illusion of having a caboose back there. Because back then you were getting into you had a skirt and a petticoat and, corsets. People are putting their knees in your back just to get the thing tied. And some people still dress like that. Some people corset themselves underneath their street clothes. I've never done that, but I think that that's a move. If you'd like to join us today, we would love to have you. The number is 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. If you want to call us live, send me a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Somebody sent me, Brian, we were talking yesterday about the FAST acronym for a stroke. Mary, as a pharmacy school dropout, was able to, with the quickness, get us up on the FAST acronym. It was escaping me. Mm-hmm. It's flee the scene, ask for directions.
Yes.
Scream. What was it?
No, stop a stranger.
Stop a stranger. Yep. And then toast.
Yes.
I believe toast was the T. Right.
T is the toast.
Brian was over at the Cleveland Clinic.
Enough for me.
And he sent me an image the Cleveland Clinic has signs for stroke awareness. The new acronym is Be Fast. They want to impart some urgency to you. Fast, maybe for a lot of people, in the age of intermittent fasting, maybe people think that if somebody's having a stroke, you can help them by withholding food from them. And that's certainly not the way you want to do it.
This man had a stroke. Get that toast out of here. Just slapping him.
Yeah.
Get out of here with that.
Yeah, that's not what the T is for. Be fast. Balance. Watch for a sudden loss of balance. I like how they have to explain it to you. What could they mean by balance? E is eyes. Do they have them? Well, that's helpful.
And how many?
And how many? Is there a sudden loss of vision is what they want to know. So, BEFAST. Is there a sudden loss of vision? Do they have double vision in one of their eyes? Have they been listening to a lot of Foreigner? And of course, that's what the F stands for. Do they have double vision? F, Foreigner. Put on Foreigner if one side of their face is drooping. I'm sorry, the F is for face. Arms. Ask the person to raise both arms. So this would be when you'd say, are you able to put both of your hands in the air like you just don't care? But of course, you will care if you're... And then speech, Mary, is S. It's not stop or scream.
It's not stop a stranger.
It's not stop a stranger, no. And then T, of course, is toast. And so, no, it's time, of course. They say if you observe any of those signs that you're supposed to call 911. Any of them? I mean, somebody could have one or two of these and not be having a stroke.
And could just be drunk.
Safe, yeah.
These are all very helpful. But again, and what if you screw up the order? What if you go, what was it? F Beast?
Mm-hmm.
What if you think it's F Beast?
Stab? What is it?
Stop, God. Is the S stab? Do I stab the toast? What if they have double vision? Does their face droop? Anyway, thank you, Brian, over there at the Cleveland Clinic. We're not especially bright here on this show, so we always do need the extra special assistance of people who know things. People refer to us by all kinds of names who listen to this program.
Sometimes when I'm listening to the podcast on iHeartRadio, I listen to you guys and I giggle, chortle, guffaw, laugh, and then go, you guys are a bunch of morons. And I love it. Hate the show, love me, hate everything else but you guys. Bye.
Morons, Mary.
Yeah.
Morons.
Moronic sometimes.
That's right. Morons.
I'll cop to that.
Uh-huh. That's nice. That sounds strangely like, remember when that girl Genevieve used to call all the time?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds strangely familiar. So thank you. Higher praise is hard to come by, and we do appreciate it.
Remember that these are just simple farmers. These are people of the land. The common clay of the New West. You know. Morons.
That's what I always refer to us. People go, what's your show about? And I say, well, it's a daily journey into the common clay of the New West. And I think that, it's got a little bit of a literary flourish to it, which makes me feel good. But that's how I describe this program. And I think it's pretty dead on. I've got to take a break.
The reaction always kills me.
I like that they left it in.
They left it in because it's perfect.
Yes. Gene Wilder made Cleveland Little laugh. Mel Brooks didn't cut. He just left it in. It's great. Love Blazing Saddles. Back in theaters, by the way, in a couple of weekends. Let me take a break here. That's 35192. That's a number to text me. I will have Pop Evil tickets for you later on. We'll get you to that Collective Soul show. Sum 41's farewell tour comes to Cleveland in a couple of weeks. Get you set up for that. And another $1,000 later on, closer to 5:30. That comes with the trip to Vegas for you and a friend to go to our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device.
Just tell it to play the Alan
#1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search NFL Daily to start listening.
Alan Cox. He had angel hair pasta for lunch today. And it was totally worth all those bald little angels. 100.7
WMMS.
Fly these two out here just to perform for us on the show live. The Dream Eaters. There's a couple of bartenders in Brooklyn who just make goofy music. I actually took I kept a record last week. All last week. I think there was a sum total of 7 minutes when I was not walking around my house singing this. So, real earworm. Guardians were not able to complete the sweep there against KC Royals last night. What was it, 4-1?
Yeah.
4-1 Kansas City Royals. The Guardians will take tonight off, and then they'll start up the weekend series out west. It completely went past me that I will have to preempt our metal show this Saturday night because they're playing West Coast games. So 2 hours to midnight, which we normally do. I was all ready to, it's all put together. So I'm just going to kick the can down to next weekend. We were all ready to perform the program for you on Saturday night. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler do a big old metal show on Saturdays, but that Guardians-Dodgers game is going to be a 9:10 first pitch. That's Saturday night. Tomorrow night, it's 10:10. I wonder why the hour differential. Guardians-Dodgers tomorrow night, 10:10. On WMMS. So 9:40 is when Guardians Live pregame will begin. You can hear each and every ball and strike on MMS, and you can also listen to the game in the iHeartRadio app if you want to do it there. And, people are still dealing with advertisements on the ad, despite my best efforts.
On the app.
Oh, I'm sorry, on the app. Advertisements on the app. Ads on the app. Which, listen, this is a for-profit organization. But for some reason, they simply can't figure out how to get the advertisements in there and not interrupt our segments.
Hey, Alan, by far the best ad interruption I've had to date. And I'm going to go back and try to...
And this is what I'm talking about. People leave messages and go, hey, I've got a really good... They're making the best of it.
Yeah.
Which I appreciate. Hey, I got a really good one here. Hey, here's a good interruption. It's funny. Thanks.
Hey, Alan, by far the best ad interruption I've had to date, and I'm going to go back and try to find it and find a way to record it. It's when Mary was talking about her big winnings at the casino and kind of talking about gambling addiction. Immediately an ad cuts in, very serious, for addicted to gambling. Call this 800 number now. Quickly followed up by Ryan Seacrest. Jumba. Hit the show. Love you. Bye.
I haven't actually heard that ad, but apparently, from what people tell me, we are running a Ryan Seacrest casino ad that runs 4 million times a day. I haven't heard it yet, but there you go. The phones are always listening, and a lot of casino ads, a lot of gambling ads. And so when we're talking about our own Mary Santora, noted degenerate gambler.
That's me.
At
least it's on topic.
Yeah, it is.
It's not like completely random, you know?
No. I don't know what advertisement would be. Like, what would be the complete antithesis of? Because all of those advertisements have a little thing that say, hey, you got a gambling problem, don't do this. And then they get onto the rest of the advertisement. They have to put that in there legally, obviously.
Yes.
I know that you banned yourself. We've talked about this. You banned yourself from the state of Ohio.
Correct.
But obviously you live in the Empire State now.
Correct.
And you can gamble with reckless abandon. Did you ever call one of the phone numbers back in the day? Like, did you ever?
Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
What'd they say?
They just they give you like.
Is it
talk
a
you down.
person or is it like a recording
No,
or
it's
what?
a person.
Yeah.
It connects you. I think they're called like. If you've ever called any like mental health crisis hotline, it's usually kind of the same deal. For the gambling one, they kind of like talk you down because usually you're in a frenzy. You just lost a bunch of money or you're feeling some type of way or whatever. I called them and I was crying and I was really upset. I lost a ton of money and they kind of are like, hey, let's focus on right now. Let's focus on next steps. That's a big thing with gambling. Where like the money's gone, you're not getting it back. So let's focus on what we can do from here. And then they ask you like what state you're in, and then they essentially give you like a list of either Gamblers Anonymous GA meetings or like addiction and recovery counselors, things like that.
Oh, that's why they ask you the state, because then they can figure it out.
Because then they can give you specific, like they ask you your state, and then sometimes they'll ask you like your county or your city, and they can say, okay, well, here are 3 different meetings you can go to in the Cleveland area, or here's the phone number of a therapist who specializes in recovery in your area.
Hi, Scumbag Gambler Hotline.
I just spent all my money and I don't know what to do.
What state do you live in?
I live in Ohio.
I'm seeing here that you're geotagged in New York.
Yeah, but I come to Ohio. I live
So
in
you're
both
already.
places.
Do you lie about your gambling habits too?
I do. Is
You're
that
already,
bad?
Well, you're already lying to me, and I'm just here trying to help you.
Yeah.
So you live in New York? How much money did you leave?
Places.
You live in both places.
Yeah.
And how much money have you lost?
More than I'm comfortable sharing.
Oh, okay. Hold please. Hi, Gambler Hop. Gambler.
Am I gambling with if I'm going to get a therapist? What is this? Why is
Hi,
the phone
Gambler
still
Hotline.
ringing?
Because I'm here to help. Hello, Gambler Hotline.
I think I have a problem.
Okay, tell me
and
about
I
it.
need help.
Uh-huh.
Did you say don't worry about it?
No, I said tell me about it.
Oh, I
God,
gambled
you
away.
gamblers just don't listen to people, do you?
Okay, you're
they
not
say,
very helpful.
Oh, they just. Okay, I'm sorry. Hold on. Let me put you on hold. Here.
Transfer me.
Hello, Gambler Hotline.
I spent a bunch of money and I'm just trying to freak out. I'm trying not to freak out and I just want help. I need to know how to get help.
I'm going to need to know the exact dollar amount of how much money you lost.
$92,000.
$92,000. Hey, Frank, this chick lost $92,000.
Doing what?
What's going on right now?
Gambling.
Are
what
you
an
serious?
idiot.
Oh, my God. I'm sorry. Hold on.
What do you do? Who is Frank?
Hello. I'm sorry. That was...
Who's Frank?
There's no Frank here.
Oh, my God.
I'll be frank. You've lost more money than you should have lost. Now, let's go on to next steps. All right? You're there in New York and you're in Ohio.
Yes.
Calling us is the best first step.
It doesn't seem like it, to be
This
honest.
is-
I'm less than impressed with the level of service I'm receiving.
What can I do to make you more than impressed?
I'm having a very hard time in my life, and I would like some support. And you're over here laughing at me
Well,
and talking
clearly
to
you're
Frank.
down $92,000. Of course, you're having a
Exactly.
terrible... I'm sorry, hold on. Please.
Hey, Jimmy, still talking to that dumb bitch that lost $90,000?
Oh, Jimmy and Frank are the worst.
No, they're jerks.
God, no wonder they got fired.
Can you connect me to the suicide hotline, please? I can't.
Let's go.
Oh, no. That's terrible.
Pick it up.
Oh, Bill wants to do the suicide hotline.
Oh, he does? He wants to do the
That's what it
suicide?
seems like.
Uh-huh.
Hi, this is Frank from the Suicide Hotline.
They're doing double duty.
Yeah.
Just do it, man. Just jump.
Hey, Danny.
Hey, Alan.
What's up?
Hey, I had a question. I'm in a local metal band, and I
Oh,
listen to your radio
good
station.
for you. Yeah?
And I was wondering, how would I go about getting anything played on your show, if I could?
Oh, email me. It's the email for the metal show is 2htm@wmms.com.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
What's the name of your band, Danny? I'll judge it from there.
Dark Andella.
Dark and what?
Dark Andella.
What's Andella?
Well, it's like I think it's a Latin or Spanish, I think, for dark and light. Dark and light. I didn't make the band name. I just play the bass in it, but
So
we're pretty heavy.
Wouldn't
but,
Dark Andella be dark?
I think Andella means light. I'm not sure. I have
dark
to
light.
talk to my guitarist about the name.
Gotcha. All right, well, send me something, Danny.
Cool, I will. Thank you.
All right,
Alan.
there you go. There's Danny. Preempting our metal show this Saturday night, but we will be back next Saturday night. And, of course, we love playing local metal. I saw that Cleveland is making a bid for the Special Olympics. It's going to be in Nashville. This is every 4 years, and the Special Olympics. You know, what did we have? Did we have the Paralympics? Isn't that's a different thing, right?
That's a different thing.
Special Olympics. These are intellectual disabilities, right? Paralympics are like amputees and things. Is that right?
Correct.
Those are physical disabilities, and the Special Olympics are intellectual disabilities. Every 4 years, and we just had those Pan American Games.
That's old people.
The olds, right? Like you got to be 30 and up or whatever.
The olds, 30 and up.
Well, that's what it is. I mean, it's like you're,
For athletes, I get it.
MILF porn at 28. We had the women's Final Four, NCAA women's Final Four. So Cleveland is making a big play, and a lot of other cities go in on this, obviously. Minneapolis is hosting the 2026 games. That's already locked up. And Cleveland is throwing in its hat for 2030, along with Nashville and along with a lot of other cities. The 2022 games were in Orlando. Now, Nashville will probably get these. But at some point, it would be nice for Cleveland, given the major sporting events that we've had here in recent years, it would be great to have these. They think it brings in about $70 million. Now, when we hosted the Paralympic Games, you have to think that maybe there was a huge push for a lot of places that were not handicap accessible to upgrade their facilities. There's a lot of places you go, even though you think that it's required by law everywhere, a lot of places you go, it's just steps and lots of steps and not an elevator or a ramp in sight. But they're trying to get the Special Olympics here. So let's see, 2030, it's 2024 now. So let me figure this out here. So 2024, that's this year. January, what's it now, September? January will be 2025. 26, 27, carry the 3, 20, so 7 years. Is it 7 years till 2030, Mary?
Yeah,
it's
about
2024 now. I'm sorry, 6 years. 6 years until the 2030 games. Is that right? I think I nailed that. I saw that speaking of the Olympic, I saw that the Australian breakdancer is on an apology tour. I don't know to whom she's apologizing, but what was her name? She called herself something. She was like Reverend Run or Rub-a-Dub-Dub or Ray Gun. That's what it was. Her name was Rachel something. And
Rub-a-Dub-Dub.
Isn't that better? If you're a breakdancer, Rub-a-Dub-Dub is an amazing name. You're welcome. Ray Gun, her name's Rachel Gunn. You had to put zero thought into that. Ray Gunn. Okay, it doesn't even rise to the level of clever because it's just condensing her name. But hi, my name's Melissa, and my breaking name is Rub-a-Dub-Dub. That's great. But she's like, look, I can't control, how people reacted to me. I mean, she was kind of, she's still being memed and people are making fun of her. And she said it's been really sad for her, which kind of bummed me out because I thought maybe she would have fun and play along with it. But it doesn't sound like that. It's very sad. I don't want her to be sad about it. I just think she got one over on the Olympics committee. That's what I think. In my lifelong quest to be the arbiter of all things Olympics, you guys know this. I'm on record. She is telling people, hey, I'm really sorry if you didn't like what I had to do out there. And so, I don't know. Maybe we can get her in on some appearances in Cleveland. Maybe she can validate herself with a crowd who didn't understand what she was doing, because that was her original statement. You just don't understand what I'm doing. I'm doing my own thing. And I have to take her at her word, because I can't look at a break dancer and tell if what they're doing is good. I don't break dance. You can tell if something looks fluid. That seems to be part and parcel of good break dancing. Hers was very herky-jerky. A little more herky than jerky. But either way, it was very, very strange. And so she's apologizing to people, which seems unnecessary. Who is this comedian you sent me, Bill?
This is a guy named Skylar Higley.
Do you know Skylar Higley?
I do know him. I met him at a show here a few months ago, and he was, I think, in the Vulture, like, top comics to, like, look out for, and he's written for Conan, and I've seen a bunch of his videos and tweets and stuff. He was a black dude that was adopted and raised by white Mormon parents in Utah, so we kind of bonded over that.
Oh, okay, because you're both black.
Yes, that's what it was.
And they both have heard of Utah.
Former Mormons, so, yeah. But he did an interview with, I think it was a Vulture?
A Vulture, yeah, which I think is part of New Yorker Magazine.
Well, there's one specific question where he just kind of had all these opinions on comedy that I think are very interesting and, can probably be polarizing in ways. But I thought it'd be fun to discuss them.
That older comedians should retire?
Well, there's a bunch that are in there. But, yeah, like older comedians should retire. I think that was a nice take, because there's so many older comedians that are just putting out the same special where they're not bringing anything new. It's just like, oh, there's cancel culture, and trans people, and it's just boring.
Yeah. Well, so they asked him, what hill will you die on? Comedy opinions. And he said that the majority of older, famous stand-up comedians should retire. It would be like if Jordan kept playing for the Wizards, but also every shot he made had to be about cancel culture or trans people. I mean, there are older comedians not doing that kind of material. And how old what's the retirement age for comedians?
I don't know. That would be up to him.
Up to this guy. Yeah. Okay.
It's his opinion. I don't think every comedian that's old, because there's definitely some that have some funny things to say still, but there's definitely a lot that are just doing the whole enough of this cancel culture stuff that's just real boring and lame.
Well, people think about, who do they think about when they quote that kind of stuff? They think about, Chappelle, obviously. A lot of the work that he's been doing over the past decade has been kind of largely overshadowed by a lot of the trans stuff, which people don't appreciate. And, but I don't know. I mean, who's doing cancel culture stuff? Who's a comedian out there doing cancel culture stuff? Maybe I don't have my ear to the ground.
Bill Burr was not his last special, but like his whole Old Dads movie was all about like this new generation,
Yeah.
Right.
Which you guys liked.
I didn't see it.
I thought it was funny.
You thought it was funny. I thought it was really bad.
I mean,
it is what it is. If you take it at face value, where it's like, yeah, this is going to be an hour of him bitching about younger generations.
Yeah.
He's a funny writer. The scenes are good,
I disagreed. I thought the scenes were really cringy.
But that kind of stuff is also not cutting into his popularity doing stand-up.
Not at all.
Either.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, I think his stand-up was good, but I didn't think that movie was good at all.
I didn't see it.
Yeah. But then, like, he's got a bunch more. I like this one. Comedy is simultaneously better and worse than it's ever been.
I agree with that.
That is, it's a,
Now, what does that mean?
There's so much good comedy that is out there and getting exposure, and it's great. But there's also equally, if not more, really garbage comedy out there.
But hasn't that always been the case?
No, I think the gatekeeping stuff that was, the studios and the TV station stuff like that kept the mass-produced comedy at a higher level than what's being mass-produced.
Oh, I see. You're
now.
talking about general content, not necessarily people in clubs.
Right.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah. I'm talking about like how people are consuming it, which is mostly on their phone and mostly in short clips.
Well, he says New York is better than L.A.
Well, it is.
Yeah, that's
because Mary Santora moved there. Is that why?
Obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
the one I also liked, the funniest subjective in this myth of being able to kill anywhere was made up by comedians who actually didn't perform at a lot of places.
Now, what does he mean by that?
There's like a trope that people think you should be able to destroy in any room in any part of the country.
Right.
In front
Never
of
the
any
audience's
crowd.
fault. Yeah,
Right.
never.
Yeah, which is it's just not the case. There's
Right.
plenty of jokes that are universal, but to have an entire hour of completely universal material for any part of that would work in the deep south of Texas and in Portland.
Right.
That
would work
doesn't
at a
exist.
retirement home or a college.
Yeah,
like,
that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Well, I guess but again, I guess it depends. I mean, I don't know of any, I'm not sure of a current reference, but, you do think of a guy like Jerry Seinfeld who was like, if something didn't work, because people would go, well, you're working your stuff out in New York and then take it on the road. What if it didn't work on the road?'t well, then I wouldn't do it. You want stuff that's going to work anywhere.
But he's also performed for such soft audiences that are there to see him that it gives you a
Well, but they weren't always. I'm talking about years ago. I'm talking about before the television show. He was a guy who was a working comic, and he's doing clubs and theaters, and he's going out every weekend, and he's doing, back in the day when it was Wednesday to Sunday, he's doing all that and traveling the country.
I feel like I can speak to this because that's exactly what I'm doing right now.
Yeah.
Like when I write, there are jokes that work in New York that do not work on the road. And
Right.
the idea is I don't
Can you give
tell
us
them on the road.
What is an example of that?
I mean, okay, so obviously anything like a local reference, like if I reference the subway or if I reference a certain area
There's
of town.
so many Subway sandwich shops all over the country.
I know, but a lot of people don't go to Subway. They like Jimmy John's, and I can't do anything about that.
Yeah.
Especially if you
know?
make a BMT reference and it's a cold cut combo crowd.
Right, exactly. And you just got to kind of read the room.
Yep. We don't have Jardinera here.
No. But there's just like
But you also know that that's not going to work on the road.
I'm trying to think of an example of a joke that I wrote here that hasn't really translated now that I'm on the spot. But my point is that those are jokes that if I try it on the road and it doesn't work, then I don't do it on the road. I'm like, okay, that'll just be to throw in the middle of a club set.
I also feel like there's a sense that if you have a hunk of material that does work a lot of places, that somehow makes it inherently lame. And I can't buy into that.
That whole hack thing, yeah. Well,
It doesn't have to be hack. I mean, we all know what a hack is. I'm saying, like, I think there's this thought that if you're doing something that a lot of people like, which at the end of the day is what we're all trying to do, that somehow makes it soft.
Well, what I was going to say is in the opposite vein, things that work all over the country that don't work here whenever I talk about driving a car. So I have a very simple reference to I drove to the gym last week and left because I couldn't find a close enough parking spot.
Right.
Nobody here experiences that.
Yeah, but what I've noticed, there are a lot of cars in New York.
There are, but people aren't driving to the gym. Generally, if they have a gym, it's either in their building or within walking distance.
Right.
People who are driving into the city live other places. So when I'm doing a set for a younger audience at the stand at midnight, none of those people have cars and none of those people have kids.
Right.
Any jokes about parenting or being in a committed, like, long-term relationship, like, people aren't really married here.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. But all that stuff is not going to work there.
Well, but trying to find a way to make it work, like, obviously, I'm going to put that stuff online and continue to do it in the Midwest because the majority of the country has kids and is married and has cars.
And
married,
more votes.
kids, car.
Here's another one that I thought was interesting was he said this industry is absurdly exploitive and psychologically damaging. Whether you want to or not, being in it means you're involved in a game of power and hierarchy that's built all on ego, which incentivizes being a narcissist, which is
that's showbiz, baby.
Yeah, it's
that's
showbiz, baby, and it's demoralizing though because
that way.
Right, but it's also like one of those things that is when you're not a narcissist, very difficult to see, like to see people that are narcissistic and treat people poorly get more stuff, and it's
I guess. I mean, we're all trying to get people to pay attention to us.
Right.
That's why we do this for a living. We're not wallflowers.
But there are levels to it, for sure.
Yeah, no,
though.
yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, look at Mary.
And then also, there are a lot of amazingly talented people who could be making some great stuff given more opportunity, which I think is, like the opportunities that people get and either squander or take for granted versus people that, I always like to point out my buddy Jim Toos, who I think is one of the funniest people around. And he's always been focusing on not just creating content, but being able to make a living, so he can't put himself fully into performing. And he's also not a narcissist, and he is, so as much talent as he has, it doesn't get the audience that it deserves because no one's taking that chance on him.
He's doing some road dates, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
He posted something. He's going on the road.
And hopefully people will go and see him. He's filming a special in November.
Yeah.
And I know Mary knows this because, that's why she's in New York, is so that she can get on stage more and focus just on stand-up rather than, what I do, where I'm not just doing stand-up, but I'm also producing the shows and advertising the shows, and there's so much that goes into it to try and create a scene so that other people can get a chance to get better at it.
Not me.
Mary's cashing them sweet Applebee's
AF.
Dollarita checks.
Yeah, idiots. I got paid $100 for that. Suck it.
American, no less.
American dollars.
Yup. It's all about the Benjamin. All right. Well,
and then other things like materials should be memorable and not only functional. Like he's got a lot of good opinions. He's an interesting dude. He's very funny. So it's an intro. I enjoyed the article.
What's his name?
Skylar Higley.
Skylar Higley.
Yeah.
All right, there you go. Vulture.com's got that whole article, yeah?
Yep.
I'm going to take a break here. You want to send a text 35192. AlanCoxShow.com is where you'll get pictures flying through the air, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see Pop Evil and Bad Wolves. They're on the Animal Instinct Tour, and it brings them to Cleveland in November. Thursday the 12th, they'll play Temple Live. Ticketmaster.com will have the information for you, whatever you need. I've got your tickets. Caller 10. These are for you. Pop Evil, Bad Wolves in November. But good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If you ever get the feeling that he doesn't love you,
don't you love me too?
Feel again. Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
There's a ghost under the stairs called Alan, and he's always there. My friends get scared when he's out to play, but he's good fun and he's here to stay. Oh, Alan. Spooky Alan.
I don't know if you guys have noticed, if you've been on any social media or if you've walked through a store. I'll have to consult my calendar just to make sure, but I don't know if anybody's really talking about it yet. It's spooky season.
Oh.
Have you... There's a blurb. A lady in Fairfield, Ohio, has got her neighbors all in a tizzy. Fairfield's outside Cincinnati. And they think that she put her Halloween decorations up way too early. Now, for people who are really into Halloween, there is no such thing as having your Halloween decorations up too early. If it were most people into Halloween had their druthers, they'd have them up year-round. But this lady's getting complaints from all the negative Nancys in her neighborhood because she has a very extensive. It's nothing that seems especially explicit per se. You know, usually the complaints come from people who have like these really realistic displays on their front yard. You know, there's a headless body on the lawn, and the cops invariably get called because somebody didn't realize that it was just a Halloween decoration. But this lady, the news has come out, and it takes her a long time, and she's got cabanas and tents and all kinds of weird stuff because she just loves Halloween so much that she has to start because it takes her so long to get her decorations up.
You can see just a small glimpse of the display in Mary Ann Peters' yard. She puts this up every year for Halloween. She says it takes her more than 100 hours, so she always has to start the second week of August. She says this year was more important than ever she have that head start because her husband is battling cancer.
If I was disrupting somebody or, bothering people, I'm not. You could have came to me and said something like, hey, why? And I would have explained to him why I do it so early.
I like how it didn't occur to her that maybe she could scale it back. She's like, well, I have to start the second week of August because it takes me 100 hours. And if you're watching this, and I'm showing it to you, it's just a mishmash of it's not particularly well done. It's just, this is a woman who has essentially hoarded Halloween decorations and then vomits them out onto her lawn. And so it's, when you will go to a Spirit Halloween or a costume shop and they will have the generic cereal versions of popular intellectual property.
Yeah.
You can't get a Beetlejuice costume. You have to get what do they call scary?
Demon.
Yeah, scary ghoul, or it's not Freddy Krueger. It's Razor Hands.
Yeah.
That's kind of what she's got on her front lawn. A lot of knockoff costumes.
People don't know what's going on in other people's lives.
Mary Ann Peters lives on Byberry Street in Fairfield. She says for 7 years, she's been building and changing her Halloween display, Nightmare on Byberry Street, which is free for people to walk through and enjoy.
Every year, my friend here changes. This year, he's carrying a skeleton. Last year, it was a clown.
Peters says the city contacted her twice this year, saying people had complained about her display.
It broke my heart, really made me upset that somebody would, because all my neighbors come and try to help me if they see me out here.
Peters says the city says she isn't doing anything wrong and she can keep her decorations up. She says they did suggest that maybe she wait a week or two later for setup, but Peter says she needs even more time to put this all together than she used to.
My husband was diagnosed a year ago with cancer, so he can't do as much after his chemo treatments. He's usually down for 2 weeks.
Peter says she puts in over 100 hours a season to do this, just for kids like her niece Zoe.
The kids enjoy it. I love watching the little kids go through.
I mean, there's no rhyme or reason to it. You know, she's got like Freddy Krueger in a kayak.
It's all just kind of a mess.
Yeah, it's just thrown out there onto the lawn, and that somehow takes her 100 hours. But it's free.
Because there's so much of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's free. That's what I'm saying, though. You could, I mean, listen, you do what you want.
You don't remember the classic Freddy Krueger kayak scene?
No. Oh, Freddy Krueger, you know, they have those crossover films, and they had Freddy Krueger and The River Wild with Kevin Bacon.
That's a great movie.
And Meryl Streep. That is an underrated film.
I just watched it a few weeks ago with
Did
my
you really?
girlfriend. Yeah.
Love The River Wild.
And yeah, it's a very intense movie.
It is. And if you've ever gone whitewater rafting, have you ever gone whitewater rafting?
Yeah.
It's heavy duty, boy. Even on
I hated it.
I loved it.
I thought it was terrible.
Really?
Yeah.
It's
I
hard.
thought it was thrilling. I was
It's
terrified.
fun, but it's
I thought it
hard.
was thrilling.
It's not my kind of fun. I don't like, I don't know, that kind of thrill seeking stuff to me is just not a good time.
I mean, I don't consider myself a thrill seeker, so that to me was kind of the, you know, I'm not base jumping or I'm not an adrenaline junkie. But we did it for my brother-in-law's bachelor party, and it was a lot. It was in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee, and it was a lot of fun.
I don't know, maybe it was because I was doing it in Boy Scouts and I just hated Boy Scouts so much that
You did it when you were a kid.
I mean, teenager. Like,
okay. I thought maybe as an adult you went and didn't like it.
No, I've never wanted to go as an adult. It's the same thing when people are like, oh, I love camping. I'm like, have fun, man. I'm not going. I'm sleeping in a bed.
I know you're an indoor cat.
Yeah.
But
listen, I like the outdoors, but I don't like whitewater rafting. I don't want to, I don't know. I like to be able to have the separation between inside and outside.
Understood. Mary, you've gone, though?
I've gone, not like crazy. Actually, no, I've never gone whitewater rafting. I've gone like kayaking on a river.
Well,
that's
yeah,
fine.
that's low key.
I like
No,
that.
no, like on
that's
like a,
chill.
Like a rough river, but
Yeah.
not like the crazy. No, I haven't.
Whitewater rafting is a lot of fun. I mean, kayaking's great too, but that is very low key.
I'm much more
Get out in the Rocky
into,
River
like,
and just, you know.
like a float trip going down the river. That I'm all for. But the like getting whipped around and knocked out of the boat and all that stuff, and like everybody, you know, you might smash your head on a rock, might drown. Not my thing.
Well, you're wearing a vest. I mean,
still-
the
you can
guy
still
tells you like, all right, this side now you got to go, and
Yeah.
it's a group effort. I think it's so fun.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
Not for me.
But if you're in this neighborhood, listen, say what you want about this woman and the time she's spending or whatever, but I never understand, like, the neighbors who complain to the cops. Like, what, do you think she's messing with your property values or what? Are you trying to sell your house?
People are weird, man.
People are weird, aren't they? I'm going to put that in Mary's.
Put it in there.
People are weird.
But what do you,
Jim
we came up with
Morrison
name
put
with
it a
that.
different way, and it escapes me at the moment, but I'm pretty sure it was pretty close. Alan, I have my Halloween decorations up since the week before Labor Day.
Dang.
If they can put out Halloween candy, we can put up our decorations. Well, again, you do you. I'm not taking my cues from the retail sector. I mean, they put up Christmas crap, you know, right after Labor Day. So I'm not putting my tree up first week of September. But, you know, there are people that have Christmas stuff up most of the year. It's just that sort of lends itself to more, I don't know, it's more like, you know, maybe strange lights or something like that. But yeah, if you're I can't ever recall complaining about something that didn't affect me directly to like a neighborhood group or the cops or something. Hello, my neighbor has Halloween decorations up. And, isn't it early? Probably. What do you want us to do about it? Could you go over there and talk to her? What do you want me to say? That her decorations are up too early? All right. Use of taxpayer dollars, ma'am. You see the British electronics store ad that's going around? It says, letting your Gen Z colleague write our marketing scripts.
No.
And the guy, it looks like a British version of Best Buy. It's called Curry's. And they're just using all of this like current slang. Again, I love slang because I always think that slang is a grade A level troll. You know, you're not going to talk to a kid who's using skibbity toilet. But it works its way into kind of popular culture to the extent that you throw it in there and people laugh. But this guy just basically uses all kinds of slang as he's describing things going on in the store.
It's a Brat Summer at Curry's, my guys. Our offers hit different AF. This microwave ate and left no crumbs. If you've got the guap, a pizza oven is peak flex. These are giving me life. No gas in.
No gassing.
What is no gassing?
No,
like a
I
lot
have
of this
no
I get,
idea.
but no gassing.
No lying, maybe?
Yeah.
So no cap is now no
Yeah,
gassing?
it's kind of no cap, I'm guessing.
Oh.
Because, like, I'm not gassing you up.
So no cap's done.
I don't know.
All
Dude,
right.
Don't ask me.
I know, right?
have no
That's,
idea.
yeah.
Go full Brat Summer and drag all your friends who only own fugly barbecue units. It's serving. Need a new phone? I'd bet. Say less. This one's bussin' skibbity toilet riz.
See, work these into your conversation. If anyone, first of all, Gen Z, the high end of Gen Z is 27 years old, right? It's almost 30. So I know people use Gen Z as like shorthand for weird slang. That's more Gen Alpha. Skibbity toilet and riz. That's the kids younger than that.
Yeah, that's
like 12-year-olds and stuff.
My girlfriend's got a 17-year-old niece that lives with her, and then her daughter is 14.
Mhm.
And her niece is technically Gen Z, and her daughter is Gen A. So they
Gen Alpha.
Yeah, they have the Gen Alpha thing, and so they're in different generations. So I'll troll them a little bit with this kind of language. Where
I love it.
Like, we were at Dave & Buster's last week, and one of them won something. I'm like, hey, skibbity toilet.
Oh, my God.
Nothing will make something. That's
like
what I
a
love
two
about
thumbs
it.
up. That's pretty skibbity toilet right there. And they're just like, oh, my God.
I like.
Get away from me.
Yeah.
Yes, because what you're doing is the slang that they might actually be using, you're murdering it in front of their eyes, which is the best part. Hey, skibbity toilet, huh? Riz. You got some riz, son.
And the WhatsApp access is sending me. Look at the way he hoovers. Very understated, very subtle, very mindful, very demure. This air fryer is the GOAT. On point cash with that low-key drip to have all your guests saying, yes, slay
Yes.
queen, he cooked. Our returns policy is on fleek, Brev. Don't believe us? We got the receipts.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
I know. On fleek. So it's really kind of all over the place because that's a couple of, that's like a long time ago.
It's a few generations ago.
Well, maybe not that far, but your skibbity toilet riz. That's a whole other thing. There was on TikTok, if you can find it, I forget what the guy's name was, but I probably played it for you last year. There was a teacher who was making up slang. I think he was like a junior high or high school English teacher, and he was making up slang words and using them with the kids, and they'd kind of give him this look, and he'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, you don't know these words? And then he's like, and then you see them
start using them,
picking them up like breadcrumbs and throwing them in. Of course, unfortunately, I read a terrible, terrible article about Ohio has no riz. You want to talk about slang?
Oh.
You know Ohio.
Ohio slang.
The word means lame.
Yeah. It's very Ohio.
You have no riz. Very Ohio. Skibbity toilet Ohio riz. It's lame. There are 50 states. And somebody glommed onto Ohio, and it's being used as shorthand for not good. Not good. Toilet, we already know is bad, right? Skibbity. It's just somebody made that up on YouTube, and then other people thought that it was something else. But so Ohio Riz means you have none. It means you're mid.
Oh, no.
At best,
Guys.
you are mid.
Mid's great. I watched Greg Fitzsimmons' new special. Mid's great. That's what he said. Aim for the middle.
Yeah. It's a funny hour.
That's great.
Yeah.
He's
the best. I got to take a break. Hey, want to go see Sum 41? Those guys are on their farewell tour. It's called the Tour of the Setting Sum. And they're bringing the Interrupters with them, who are also awesome. And they're going to play out there at Blossom. Not far off, September 15th. That is a Sunday night, 1 week from this Sunday, in fact. So I'll hook you up with those on the way back. 35192. Want to text me for anything else, and you can get to us anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One. And one
It's the best part of the season. Your team is undefeated and anything is possible. Take the iHeartRadio app and the NFL with you right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
Now it's time to give stuff away. Now it's time to give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Sum 41. They're doing it one more time, calling it a career. Sum 41 and their farewell tour. It's called Tour of the Setting Sun. Special guest, the Interrupters, who are great. Kind of trying to bring back that mid-90s ska punk thing. Amy Interrupter and the boys. Be a good show. And it's a week from Sunday. It is the 15th out at Blossom. LiveNation.com. All the details. If you've been blowing me up for Sum 41 tickets, this is how you grab them. Be caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The words radio and Ohio both end in I-O. And I-O is one of the moons of Jupiter. Have fun trying to figure out whatever the that means. I-O, I-O. It's the Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
The faster we're falling, we're stopping and stalling, we're running in circles again. Just as things were looking up, you said it wasn't good enough, but still we're trying one more time. Maybe we're just trying too hard, when really it's closer than it is too far. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head.
There was some thought about a week and a half ago that maybe Derek Whibley, who's been the front man for Sum 41 since its inception, that he was going to be announced as the new frontman for Linkin Park, because both bands have made a lot of overtures that they were going to make some big announcement. Linkin Park had this countdown clock. Sum 41, Derek Whibley, they had said that they were going to make some big announcement, and I think it all came out to be nothing, that there was no connection. However, Linkin Park still has this countdown thing happening, and they're going to be making some major announcement at some live event tonight, and they've made all of the fans who are going to be there sign a waiver that they... I think, you know what I think the announcement is going to be? That the new front man for Linkin Park is going to be Chad Kroeger from Nickelback. Mark it.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I don't think so.
What I read is there's a young man named Bester Chennington that they're going to be talking about. I don't know. It's very exciting. You know, when Static X wanted to come back, they had Edsel Dope put on a Wayne Static helmet and a mask. And maybe they'll do that with somebody who looks like Chester Bennington. But Linkin Park has had their countdown clock counting down from 100 hours. Now, there's simply no way to know how many days that is. But
How much time?
was it like 2 weeks? Huh?
So that's how much time that lady put
that's
her.
when they're at the end of the 100 hours, all their Halloween decorations are going to be up.
Is that what it is? Mm-hmm. Hey, we just want to show you Mike Shinoda's house. This is what we're going to be doing. This is our big announcement. 100 hours until our Halloween decorations are.
Mike Shinoda, girl, you know my singer died. My singer died. Now I guess we gotta use Mike Shinoda.
Thank you, sir. Mike Shinoda, the great Mike Shinoda. Yeah, so that'll be tonight. If you're a Linkin Park fan, they'll be making that big announcement there. Alan, we moved here when I was 13 from Boston. And my parents told me we were moving to Ohio, and my first thought was, what the F is in Ohio? Well, yeah, if you don't, I didn't know what was in Ohio either until I moved here. I had never been to Cleveland until I came to talk to the management here about coming to work for WMMS. I had come, well, I shouldn't say that. I had been asked to speak on a panel at a radio conference a few years prior, but it was literally like an in and out. And I didn't, it was somewhere downtown. I mean, even now, knowing my way around the way that I do, I don't remember where this thing was, but it was somewhere downtown. But I hadn't been back until my meeting with MMS management. So I didn't know what was going on here. I didn't know if there was any skibbity riz, Bill, when it came to Ohio. Everybody I've worked with here, other than Erica Lauren, is from Ohio. All natives. Most of the people that we work with here, and this is true of most radio stations, is a very, very small fraction of people who are moving around the country like I was. Most people at radio stations are from that market. They're there. And they haven't moved around. And so me coming in from the outside, I didn't know anything. And I was a grown-ass man. This dude's 13. Imagine you're leaving Boston. And they go, your parents. Now, I have to think it probably had something to do with moving for work. But you move and, you talk to people who are Army brats or people who moved around, and they're like, I was making new friends all the time. But there are probably some places that you might get more excited to hear you're moving. If they go, I grew up in Vegas, and then my dad got a job in Metairie, Louisiana. You're probably like, okay, well, that's going to be, that might not be that fun. Who knows?
Martin Luther King Jr.
That dude, his parents go, we're leaving Boston, son. Oh, where are we going? Ohio. The hell is in Ohio? Well, your father's place of employment. You guys watch Only Murders in the Building?
No.
I tried to watch it. I can't watch anything. Nothing's good to me right now.
Really?
Yeah, I tried to watch it. My girlfriend's really into it, and I turned it on. And I was like, and I love Steve Martin, and I love Martin Short, but it was just not. I don't know. It just didn't grab me.
I like it a lot. The new season feels really kind of. They've moved very far from kind of the original vibe of the show, so it's a little weird. Selena Gomez, who I think is very talented, but she acts like her jaw is wired shut. She has very little expressiveness going on. A show you should watch. Are you watching Bad Monkey?
No, I haven't
The Vince
watched
Vaughn
that.
show on Apple?
No, what's that one?
Great. Carl Hyacin.
What's the monkey chimp or whatever?
Oh, Chimp Crazy.
Chimp Crazy. Okay, so they're different
That's
shows.
on HBO. Yeah,
Okay.
no.
All right.
This author, Carl Hyacin, who wrote a lot of these kind of gritty, crime-adjacent novels like in Miami and the Florida Keys, and he had a book called Bad Monkey, and they turned it into a show with Vince Vaughn, who kind of plays this detective. It's more comedy than drama, but I think it's very entertaining. Vince Vaughn's in it.
Give it a shot.
Yeah, check it out.
I keep trying things, and I just go, nope.
Well, the only reason I mention Only Murders in the Building, it's over there on Hulu. I think it's the 3rd or 4th season of that show. In fact, I think they just announced they renewed it for season 5. And if you've watched the Steve Martin documentary, there's a lot of Martin Short in there, and they're both kind of marveling at the fact that you just don't get this kind of second or third act that late in your careers. These guys are both obviously very established, very highly regarded in their fields, but they're in their mid-70s. And this show comes along. It's Steve Martin created, but he had no intention originally of being in it. And he ends up in it, and it's this huge, huge hit over there on Hulu. Anyway, last season, Meryl Streep is on the show. Paul Rudd's on the show. It's a veritable who's who. And Meryl Streep is cast as Martin Short's love interest. Ooh. And now it seems they have crossed into real life. Well, Martin Short's wife died a few years ago. She had cancer, I think. They'd been married for like 40 years. And Meryl Streep, it turns out, she had been married just as long, but she and her husband had apparently quietly split up like a decade ago or something like that. And so for the septuagenarian set, Martin Short, who I think is one of the funniest people on the planet, and Meryl Streep, who I do not consider one of the funniest people on the planet.
But she was great in River Wild.
Great in River Wild. And that they are allegedly a couple. So listen, these on-set romances, I don't know how many times, listen, My glass half
always
full.
lasts forever.
My glass half full take on Mary going to New York is that I didn't have to physically restrain her and Bill anymore from each other. She can't even yes and me. She go, ugh.
No. Sorry. Not in that sense.
All these on-set romances, right? Goldie and Kurt.
Oh, wait. Were you saying that, like...
Yes.
I thought you meant, like, from fighting each other.
No. That's just a prelude to a hate F, Bill. You know that.
Stop.
It's
gross.
Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, right? He was married. Was he the one married to Scarlett Johansson? They were married, or he was married to Alanis. He was married to some other Canadian. Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds, right?
It's hard to keep track.
Ben Affleck, Jennifer Lopez. I mean, it didn't work out for them again, but they met on the set. They made that terrible, terrible movie, and the only thing good to come out of it was the two of them together. A lot of people thought that Bradley Cooper and Lady Gaga were together when they did A Star Is Born because their acting was so believable.
Lady Gaga.
That they said, the two of you must be in love.
I remember Brad Pitt getting with Angelina Jolie back in the day.
That's right.
On the set of Mr. and
Mrs. Smith. When he was with Jennifer Aniston.
Yeah.
And look what happened to those two crazy kids. Now they can't stand each other.
And then Jennifer Aniston got with Justin Theroux. And that ended, didn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
And now he's engaged to somebody 25 years younger than he is, or 30 years younger, or something like that. But Justin Theroux is in unbelievable shape. I don't think that guy owns sleeves. Because why would he?
To Brad Pitt, who just really let himself go.
Well, you know what I mean. I mean, like, Justin Theroux is, like, shredded.
So
Brad Pitt's
Pitt.
he's
always shredded.
Brad Pitt's in good shape for his age. He's probably
so is Justin Theroux.
You know what I'm saying, though.
They're about the same age.
No, Brad Pitt's 60, isn't he? Brad Pitt is probably close. Justin Theroux's my age. Brad Pitt is probably closer to 60. Brad Pitt he will be 61 right before Christmas. So yes, looks great. And he's got a much younger girlfriend too. Like you do when you're at that level. Justin Theroux just got engaged to an actress named something.
Oh, her.
Yeah, she's hot.
He's engaged to, she's on some TV show.
She is. I know she is.
Nicole Bryden Bloom. He's been dating her a couple of years, but he's 53, and I think she's 29 or something like that. But anyway, these guys who are in great shape, and again, Theroux is a guy who's got nothing but time, right? Writes a lot. Guy wrote Tropic Thunder, and he's very well established writing films that you love. He's in the new Beetlejuice movie. But, you know, he's a man about time. He got no kids. He's got time and money and resources, and you can just be in the gym all the time. But I digress. Meryl Streep, Martin Short, allegedly together, and who could be happier about that? You'd be hard pressed to find somebody happier than I. That those two crazy kids,
couple, man.
Those two crazy kids found each other.
Against all odds.
How? Right. They're only rich and famous, and how do they possibly run into each other? That's why it's such people are so in awe of Leonardo DiCaprio, because he's never changed his look. You never see him working out. You know, he's just the guy he's always been. And people give him a hard time for dating these really young girls. It's like a hacky bit at this point. Girl turns 25 and he dumps her.
His current girlfriend's 26, so take that, haters.
Yeah, see?
26.
He broke the cycle. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's going to be 50 right before Thanksgiving. I thought he was older than that. I didn't know he wasn't 50 yet.
He's just been famous for so long.
He has. Since childhood. Since growing pains. But he's never kept the same hairstyle. He's got the dad bod, even though he ain't a dad. He's all about the craft. And so if Martin Short and Meryl Streep can make it work, anybody can make it work. Alan, I'm in Seattle trying to listen on the app. Trying being the operative word, of course. I certainly appreciate your efforts in trying to listen to the app as much as you can. You can try to leave us messages there, too, if you want.
Hey, Alan. Just responding to the topic the other day about Yaz and women getting sick and the whole period stopping thing. Yeah, the female birth control pill is awful. I mean, most of these hormone-induced medications are awful, but I personally am on Mirena IUD, and I do not have a period, and it's something like at least 10% of women that are on this don't have a period. And it's nice, but I live in ignorance because I don't really want to know what it's going to do to my body.
Right? That's what a lot of you girls are dealing with. Whatever kind of birth control you're on, you go, well, let's hope that...
It can cause all kinds of problems.
Yeah,
Blood
I know.
clots and...
Yeah. Yep.
Congratulations, Stacy. Too bad you can't keep the baby and give those stretch marks up for adoption. Teenage pregnancy, blood, poop, and ruined bodies.
Yeah, that's right. Blood, poop, and ruined bodies.
That's it.
Yep.
That's all these babies are good for.
Mm-hmm. You know, I posted a thing on one of my Instagram stories. It was just a headline that just made me chuckle. And it also made me feel really, really white. Because it was Young Thug laughs off rich homie Quan question from YSL Woody during trial. Apparently there's some hip-hop beef going on that has crossed over into the courtroom. And I recognize those names, but I don't know what they do.
That's skibbity
They're rappers.
gassin'.
What's that? It's gassin'.
It's
right.
skibbity gas.
Skibbity gas?
I'm going to start a new one.
Well, anyway, somebody just texted me and said, rip homie Quan. Rich homie Quan is dead. He has died. Died this morning in his home in Atlanta.
Uh-oh.
Of a broken
Now,
heart?
While he's in trial?
I don't think he was part of the trial. I don't know. I just posted the headline. Young Thug laughs off rich homie Quan question from YSL Woody during trial. I don't know what the trial is about, but he has died suddenly there in Atlanta. So if you are a rich homie Quan fan, he burst onto the scene about a decade ago with his instant classic hit, Type of Way, and followed it up with some other songs. Listen, anytime the Atlanta hip-hop community loses, you ever heard Rich Homie Quan Type of Way? Okay, well, anyway, I can't believe he got rich, but okay, maybe he was just flexing. He was 34. He was a young man. And I don't know where that leaves the state of that litigation. But if you had, and I know he's young, but this is where the real money is. If you had rich homie Quan on your celebrity death pool, it's bittersweet because you can check that off, but he's a young man. Wasn't Meryl Streep in Death Becomes Her? She was.
Uh-huh.
Bruce Willis, Goldie Hawn, Meryl Streep. Newsflash, Meryl Streep has been in a lot of movies. And, by the way, she is, to the best of my knowledge, I'm no Hollywood aficionado, but I have a feeling that she is the most prominent Meryl.
Lynch.
Those are two last names, I think.
Merrill Lynch might be more prominent.
But it's not spelled M-E-R-Y-L.
About the Meryl Shoe.
But that's not spelled M-E. Those are both M-E-R-R-I-L-L. Hers is M-E-R-Y-L. Now, her name is Mary Louise, like Mary Lynn.
That's me.
So she just combined those names. She wasn't named Meryl, but imagine you land on that. You go, well, I need a stage name. My name is Mary Louise Streep. Why don't I go by Meryl? Maybe you should start going by Mary Santora.
No.
Oh.
She's got the name. I can't go by that.
Kramer versus Kramer. The Devil Wears Prada. The Bridges of Madison County.
Yeah, she's been in a lot of movies.
Her and Clint Eastwood. Are you kidding me? Not a dry eye in the house.
I never saw it.
Never saw The Bridges of Madison County?
No. What happens?
I went on it was a book, apparently.
Okay.
And I went on a date
That was
to see the bridges of Madison County, and I was crestfallen at the end of this movie. There was something about it.
What happened?
You
Tell
go
me.
well, it's this woman. She is, I think it's set in the 20s or something. Clint Eastwood.
The 2020s?
The 2020s, yes.
It's about the future?
Yep, yes. You never
She's
heard
crestfallen because she had no Riz. She was just Ohio and not Skibbity Toilet.
She didn't have any Skibbity Toilet. No. But you heard of the Bridges of Madison
I've
County.
heard of it. I just never knew what it was about.
It was
I never-
a huge book.
Yeah.
It is, the premise of it is, it opens with this dead woman's family finding her diary.
Mm.
And this family, these siblings who were very close to their parents, their mom and dad, the diaries reveal that her mother, their mother, had this torrid affair with this photographer from National Geographic. They're in small town Iowa, and she's married to a farmer, and she's from Italy.
Do you write secrets like that down?
I'm sorry?
I feel like if I was having a big
journal.
torrid affair, I don't want anybody to find it.
It's the daughter. The mom didn't write it down. The daughter wrote it down.
And she knew about her mom having that
I
affair?
thought the daughter found her mom's diary.
Oh, I misunderstood what you were saying. I've never seen the movie.
Yeah. Anyway, it was this. He comes through town, and the husband is out of town. He's taken their prized hog to the state fair or something. So she's left to her own devices, and Clint Eastwood comes in. There was just something about this movie where you're watching it, and it just like rips your guts out. I've never seen it since.
No, I'll watch it with my lady sometime. Sounds uplifting and fun. Sounds like it'd be a
Well,
good
it was
time.
just I
remember it was a massive
book.
hit.
Yeah, and
Like,
then they made a movie.
I
and-
never watched it.
I don't even know if the movie did well. I know the book
I'm
was a
pretty
huge
sure
hit.
it was talked about a lot, at least. Like, I feel like when did it come out? Like
1995.
95.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So I was 13 years old, not interested in
In the bridges of Madison County. Yeah. I understand that. Get the subtitled version. Los Puentes de Madison. It's a heartbreaker. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text, 35192, you can hit us up or anything at alancoxshow.com, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the Buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
Well, it's not every day you get a band here twice over the course of a couple of weeks, but Collective Soul, who were just through with Hootie and the Blowfish, are coming back to headline their own show. They're going out on their 30th anniversary tour. Seems like just yesterday. We were first learning about Collective Soul from Atlanta, Georgia. They're back to play MGM Northfield Park. That show is Sunday, November 17th. Ticketmaster.com with all the info. Want to go see Collective Soul? Be caller 10. And you will, with a guest. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If he sounds super excited to see you...
Hey, what's up?
Remember, he is a paid performer.
As a broadcaster, he's real good.
Alan Cox on 100.7 WMMS.
I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit envious of the people who are visiting New York because I live here and it is very expensive, man. The rent goes up every single year for no real reason at all. Every year a landlord knocks on your door and is like, wow, you're still living in there? I guess we made last year too easy for you, huh? They should really change the slogan of this city. Like, if you can make it here, you could have owned land in a lot of other places. You could have had a house and a boat and a real family. Why are you doing this to yourself? And if you ask people, they're like, well, the pizza's good. I need to know where the pizza's that bad that New York rent is the option. Pizza is just bread, sauce, and cheese. It's hard to mess it up. There's only 2 levels of pizza. Great and fine. Completely okay. I've never had a slice of pizza so bad, I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Everybody in this room has had microwaved pizza. It's absolutely disgusting, but it's pretty good.
See, Mary can't make up for the rent with the pizza because of the lactose intolerance.
Oh, I still do.
Oh. Is it worth the rent?
Yeah. It really is.
It is worth the rent, isn't it? The pizza, so worth the rent. Somebody said, today's National Cheese Pizza Day.
Oh, cheese pizzas.
Cheese. I don't understand the point. I don't get the point of cheese pizza.
I don't think there is a point.
Well, a lot of people like it. They go, what do you want on your pizza? Nothing. I want cheese. Like, that's fine. You're only putting it into your mouth and your body. You can do whatever you want. But I don't understand the point.
It's just basically garlic bread at that point.
Right.
I guess so,
It's still
right?
really good, so I'm fine with it. I mean, I'm never, like, ordering just cheese pizza, but if there is cheese pizza available to eat, and I'm going to eat it.
I'm a pizza purist in the sense that I am pretty strongly against any pizza that doesn't have red sauce.
Same.
I mean,
people like margarita pizzas. I'm like, no, thank you.
I like, if it's going to be like a specialty pizza, like a barbecue chicken pizza or whatever, cool.
Or a Big Mac pizza.
Or a Big Mac pizza, sure. But if you tell me I'm ordering a pizza and then a pizza gets delivered with white sauce as the base,
I would never
furious.
I would never get a pizza with white sauce, like for a group of people. That, like, I'd get that as an option. Like, hey, if you want a slice of this white sauce pizza, it's there,
trash.
But it's not the only option. I like it. I think
I
it's
don't
very
care
good.
for it at
I think there's
all.
some very good versions of it, but
I don't like it at all.
I
I
don't,
think it's too much of the same thing. The whole point of the red sauce is that it's acidic and it kind of cuts through the carbs in the cheese. And then when you add white sauce, you're eating Alfredo pizza?
Well, because I think there are 2 distinct camps in which some people, I think Mary, you and I are in the camp, were like red sauce, cheese, pepperoni, maybe more standard stuff. And then there's other people who are like, I like white sauce and basil and olive oil and that whole kind of...
it depends on the place you're going to as well.
I guess, but I don't understand the point of cheese. If somebody said, all we have is cheese pizza, I would politely decline.
Like, one of my favorite pizzas is the Good Morning Pizza or Breakfast Pizza, whatever it was, that Barcento has. I don't remember what the name of the new place is, but I think they have a version of that, and it was incredible.
A
White
breakfast
sauce.
pizza?
Yeah, it had an egg on it and bacon. But it was so good.
I have never in my life wanted a piece of pizza and had it been white sauce. I don't like that at all. Or pesto. Pesto's not a sauce for pizza.
In 2016, Food Network magazine named that pizza you are talking about, Bill, as the best pizza in the state of Ohio.
It's a very good pizza.
The Sunny Side.
Yeah, the Sunny Side. That's what it was.
Soft. Listen to this, Mary, and then tell me. This falls into the whole olive oil white sauce camp, as far as I'm concerned. Soft cooked Blue Loon farm eggs. Is this something that's still on their menu?
I don't know.
They're not even there anymore, right?
Because it's not at the same restaurant
Right.
anymore. So I don't know if they have a version of it or not.
House-made pancetta. I'm fine if you buy it. You don't have to make it in-house. Provolone and a healthy amount of black pepper. Now, I wasn't aware there was an unhealthy amount of black pepper. I didn't know black pepper was a health issue.
So that's white sauce, cheese, and an egg.
Yeah.
And pancetta.
And
that sounds terrible.
No, that wouldn't be for
You
me.
gotta try it.
It wouldn't be for me.
It's good. It's
But,
very good. You like breakfast?
I don't like that.
I think
Well,
that'd
you
be...
don't know because you haven't tried
I
it.
do know.
Somebody-
I'm 35. I know what I like.
Well, you also know what all those things taste like, and if you would like them together.
I don't like.
And
I
I don't
also-
know that,
When you put it on a pizza, that pizza was incredible.
Yeah,
I'm also
I believe
not a
you.
huge fan of sunny side eggs on. Like, I don't like an egg on a burger. I think it's too much. Again, too much of the same flavors.
It's too goopy.
That's more. What's the word? Savory.
Too
It's
savory?
Too savory. There's not enough cutting it up. You need some kind of an acid or salt or. I mean, I guess the pancetta is a little
pancetta
salty,
and
but.
stuff like that's
Pancetta.
But if
very
you're gonna
good.
put white sauce and then an egg yolk,
But it's not like a
that's
white.
too much.
It's not a white sauce. It's you know it's more like an oil, and so it's not that oily.
That's still the same. You're saying the same thing. At that
Good.
point, eat a piece of toast. If it's just a toasted piece of bread with an egg on it,
But it's not what it is.
get a
It's
ham, egg, and
pizza.
cheese sandwich.
It's
This
really
is
good.
pizza dough, crust, whatever, that's cooked, and then they put...
It was fantastic.
Oh, now, do you sop? Is this something that you sop your egg?
Yeah,
Sop your
well,
eggs up
you
with?
can-
You,
you can
you're
kinda get-
chasing the yolk around the plate?
I mean, it would break up onto pieces and stuff, but it was just really good.
Okay.
Big
I loved
fan
it.
of balance in meals. Sweet,
This
salty,
is a very balanced
spicy.
meal. I'm telling you.
That none of those things sound balanced at all. That sounds like
well,
too
when they
much
cook it all together, it works
savory.
really good.
I mean, I don't like Alfredo sauce in general.
I don't really like.
So
it
if
either.
they're like, oh, this is the base in this pizza, I'll say,
know-
no, thank you.
You know what turned me off to Alfredo sauce, and this is so disgusting. My dad used to drink it. That is 100%
Well, that's
true
trauma.
thing.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
My dad would
Don't-
order.
He would have won
I swear
$100
to God.
in that ranch drinking
I'm more like a
competition.
little goes a long way. Yes, he would have.
When we went to Olive Garden, he would order like a boat, the side boat of Alfredo sauce, and he would dip his garlic breadsticks in it, and then when the breadsticks were gone, he would drink the rest of the Alfredo sauce.
Right.
That's probably where that comes from. I'm a big.
That's a lot. That's
I got
pretty
problems
gross.
with Alfredo sauce.
I can see why now. I can see why.
I mean, if somebody makes like a cacio e pepe, right? That's good. That's just noodles and olive oil and some cheese and eggs. That's good. That's pretty simple. But if you're going to throw a bunch of stuff like that on a thing of dough, Alan, I used to work there. The egg is the sauce.
So
Basically
there is no sauce.
a carbonara.
I don't know. I don't.
Bill
remember
liked it. Listen, I
thought it was great.
never.
This is a really thin piece
I never
of
had
toast
it.
with an egg on it.
It's really good.
Never had it. I'll take your word for it. I've never had egg on pizza. And I'm not going to start now.
I've had like a specialty breakfast pizza where the sauce is like sausage gravy and then it has scrambled eggs and bacon on it. I've had like that, which I'm not going to choose, and but
I'm being told that they still serve that over there, Bill. You need to get over there toot sweet and have one of those.
Got some time this weekend. I might pop over.
Mm-hmm. You could go over to, there's a new Sheets by me, and probably make a breakfast pizza in there. Go home and have the Sheets.
Why the Sheets not?
No, there's some food news for you. Speaking of which, Mary, they got the Krispy Kreme Dr. Pepper donuts. So keep your eyes peeled for those.
Too much of the same thing. It's sweet on sweet.
but a donut is supposed to be sweet. If you're getting a donut is one item.
Yeah.
And a pizza's supposed to be savory.
Not all savory. That's the whole point.
You like a little sweetness in your sauce, is what you're saying. And the red sauce, sometimes depending on where you get it,
No, tomato
it can
sauce
be a
is
sweet.
Tomato sauce is acidic. That's why it
Right.
works well with the cheese.
Yeah.
And the bread. And then whatever toppings you put on can be spicy or sweet or whatever you choose.
Right. But a lot of places that use red sauce, it can be very sweet. And that,
I prefer that.
yeah, I don't care for that. The Krispy Kreme Dr. Pepper donuts. Look for those. It's for football season. You know how Dr. Pepper and donuts, just that's what you think of at the beginning of football season is
Well, you got that town where all the fans live.
Fanville?
Yeah.
Yeah. Glazed donut with Dr. Pepper flavored frosting, colorful sprinkles, and you can get the buttercream goalpost
Oh, I don't know about all that.
on there too.
I'm not a huge fan of donuts. Donuts make my stomach hurt.
I know the Post is old. It's a couple years old, but it makes the rounds every so often, and I just think it's silly and funny. Dr. Pepper is the guy who created it. What you're drinking is really Pepper's Monster.
I did see that.
I like that. It's funny.
That's a funny joke.
And by the way, we just take this stuff as written, Dr. Pepper, but there's no period at the end of doctor, as the traditional abbreviation would have you think. And there's no pepper in it. So how do we know that this wasn't supposed to be called Dr. Pepper? I don't think there's a guy by that name who invented this thing.
Dr. Pepper?
Well, but doctor, you think that there would be a period after the R, right? If you say, hi, I'm Dr. Levinson, it's not just Dr. Levinson, but Dr. Pepper, there's no punctuation in it. And I know you can play around. It's just advertising or whatever. See, this is why I'm a Mr. Pibb man.
Ew,
if I need like a,
ever
if
been
I
a
need
Mr.
like a,
Pibb
it's
man.
the same thing. If you
Nobody's
need like a
not.
cherry, one of
Why
those.
can't you let people like their things, Mary?
Because it's gross.
She's a Dr. Pepper person. She likes Dr. Pepper. What I'm saying is, in the Dr. Pepper and Mr. Pibb occupy that whole separate like cherry cinnamon type of flavor, and Mr. Pibb, just by virtue of the fact there's a period after the R.
That's why you prefer it.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Pibb. I don't even know if they make Mr. Pibb anymore. I couldn't tell you the last time I had
My
one.
thing is, have whatever you want, but don't say it's the same thing. Don't say that Mr. Pibb and Dr. Pepper
It's the
are
same.
comparable.
It's the same. Not only are they comparable, they're pretty much the same thing.
No, they're not.
They're the same flavor profile. They're in their own silo.
Mr. Pibb is like flat, less flavorful Dr. Pepper.
What do you mean flat? If you leave it out, you open it, it's carbonated.
When you open it, it tastes flat.
But what I'm saying is the flavors
Did your
are
dad
the
used
same.
to like wash his balls with Mr. Pibb? Like what? So
Where's my?
show us on the
where's my
doll where
Dr.
Mr.
Pepper?
Pibb touched you.
Yeah.
They're pretty similar. We should do next time you're in town. We're doing a Mr. Pibb Dr. Pepper taste test.
Again, I don't even know if they still make Mr. Pibb.
Oh, they do.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Dr. Pepper preceded Coke by a year. All right, before Coca-Cola was on the market, it was Dr. Pepper. They rolled it out at the World's Fair in St. Louis, turn of the century, and of course that was back when Pop had.
Oh,
they
it's
were
just
like,
called-
this'll cure your migraines or whatever.
It's just called Pibb Extra.
Pibb Extra.
Yeah.
Pibb. What? Pibb. What's the extra part?
I don't know.
It tastes extra like Dr. Pepper because they taste exactly the same. Dr. Pepper and Mr. Pibb. Anyway, the Dr. Pepper donuts over there at Krispy Kreme. And speaking of Coke, Oreo is rolling out Oreo-flavored Coca-Cola and Coke-flavored Oreos. Not to be outdone. Over there at Oreo Incorporated. I don't even know if that's part of the same company. I always assume that it is. Whenever they have these fakakta mashups, I always assume it's just the same company.
Who's asking for this?
No one. But they're like, we own all of the flavors. Let's mash them together and market them. It costs us nothing. And we'll put it in, we'll have a deal with 7-Eleven or Circle K or something like that, and we'll roll them out. People can go get them, or you buy them online. Oreo-flavored Coke Zero and Coke-flavored Oreos. Now, which one will you try first? The cookie or the Coke? Neither of them.
No, I'm not doing that.
Well, they've promised, this might move the needle a little bit in your direction. They've promised that the Coke-flavored Oreos will be extra savory. I just made that up. If you dip them in a white sauce, they'll be delicious. See, this is the flex, too, that Oreo has started to do the last couple of iterations. Doesn't really matter how they get you is they started putting the little Pop Rocks stuff in the Oreos. So when you bite them, they pop off in your mouth, right? Bill, do you like when things pop off in your mouth?
Not since Boy Scouts.
Right. On that whitewater rafting trip.
Yeah.
I remember you mentioning that. So September the 9th, which by my math is next week. You know, September 11th has its own thing carved out. Never forget September 11th. That's 1 week from yesterday. It's next Wednesday. But September the 9th, people mourn and grieve in different ways. And if, you know, you grieve through your stomach, then you can prepare for the anniversary of 9/11 by getting some Coca-Cola flavored Oreos or some Oreo flavored Coca-Cola. And just let that sit there. Sour cream and onion Oreos, somebody suggests. Ugh. Sure, this is what I'm talking about. These companies, you got a couple of companies now who own all of these properties. There was just some big buyout, like Mars just bought whoever owns Pringles and Doritos and the whole thing. So you're going to start to see all these, you know, they've got popcorn that tastes like other chips now. I guess for people who think Doritos are too pointy. They go, hey, I got Doritos flavored popcorn. Oh, okay. Yeah, Pib Extra. You're right, Bill. Not a Mister anymore.
Crazy.
But again, I stand by the fact that Mr. Pibb and Dr. Pepper taste pretty much the same.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm surprised that you don't think that they do. It's not like we're comparing Sprite and Dr. Pepper.
No, those taste identical.
Now, Dr. Thunder, you know, you get the generic version.
Yeah.
Also, no punctuation. So they're clearly taking their punctuation cues from the DR Pepper people. You can have whatever flavor profile you want, but use the proper punctuation. It's all I'm asking. You know, Mountain Dew, they shortened it to MTN. They've completely carved out that word. Dr. Thunder, I don't know what that tastes like. It probably tastes like a Dr. Pepper. But between the Krispy Kreme and all the other stuff, it's a brave new world for people who want to jam strange things into their mouths. And you thought they would have dropped these before Labor Day because that's the big party and cookout weekend or whatever, and they didn't. Alan, Mary never agrees with you. That's okay. She doesn't have to agree.
Yes, she does.
What the hell was that? Why'd you just scream?
She doesn't have to agree
to
with
disagree with that guy.
She doesn't have to. It's all right.
Loud noises!
Maybe Mr. Pibb just went gender neutral. Now, I hadn't thought about that.
Mr. isn't gender neutral.
No, but
No, and now it's Pibb Extra.
Pibb Extra.
Oh.
That maybe that's why they switched it out. And maybe because Dr. Pepper, I think people probably automatically think guy. But Dr. Pepper could be a woman. Mm-hmm. Not named after a guy named Pepper. It was just, Pop all started out, what did they call him back in the day? I mean, Coca-Cola famously had cocaine in it, but they called them something, not phosphates.
Soda jerks?
No. They because there were drugs in pop back in the day, right? Nerve tonics is what they would call. They go, hey, come in and get your nerve tonic. That's why people were lined up at the St. Louis World's Fair, because they were like, I got migraines, Coca-Cola. Pre-Adderall, of course. If they start rolling out Coca-Cola with Adderall in it, figure that out. Back to the Jolt and Josta days. I got Clutch tickets after the break. I'm going to have a trip to Vegas for you, a little over an hour. 5:30 is going to be that next keyword. Puts $1,000 in your pocket, puts you and a friend in Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival, the 20th and 21st.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
On iHeartRadio.
From the Mr. Hero Waffle Doodle Weather Center.
WMMS weather.
Mostly clear tonight, down to 62. Tomorrow, showers and thunderstorms with a high of 82. Then it'll be partly sunny Saturday, pop-up thunderstorms, high only 64.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
Save over $1,000 on Beauty Rest Luxury Resort and Sealy Posturepedic Grand Hotel and upgrade to an adjustable base for free. It's the Levin Furniture and Mattress Labor Day sale now.
This is your Thursday Sports Minute, brought to you by BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
The NFL season is here. It kicks off tonight in Kansas City. The defending Super Bowl champion Chiefs playing host to the Baltimore Ravens. The Chiefs are a 3-point home favorite at Arrowhead Stadium.
like NFL Daily with Greg Rosenthal.
Packing it with so much goodness. Chock full of info.
And tons of fantasy football podcasts with expert advice for you to win your fantasy league. It's the best part of the season. Your team is undefeated and anything is possible. Take the iHeartRadio app and the NFL with you right in your pocket. Open the free iHeart app, search NFL, and start listening now.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
I want to go see Clutch. WMMS presenting the Two-Headed Beast Tour. Clutch and Rival Sons are co-headlining the show. Special guest Fu Manchu. Man, it's going to be good. A couple of weeks away, Thursday, September the 19th. It's 2 weeks from tonight, yeah? Over at Jacobs Pavilion, AXS.com is how you can look into tickets and info and all that. But I will hand this pair off to you if you're a caller 10. Clutch and Rival Sons and Fu Manchu in 2 weeks. Good luck. Caller 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
When the world just seems too crazy. Gaze into the eyes of a child because you'll probably find a booger. And man, is that a hoot. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Little DC sound attack from Clutch. Of course, they're in Brooklyn tonight on this tour, and Mary absolutely refuses to go.
I didn't say that.
Even though she's a fan. Oh, yeah? Name me 3 songs.
Your mom, your dad.
You know what?
Suck it.
She got me. Those are all B-sides.
Yeah.
Deep cuts, boy. All right. Well, I have more tickets for you tomorrow for the show.
It's $12. You think I'm going to go spend $12?
That can't be right.
That's what it says. Clutch and Rival Sons, Thursday at Paramount Theater, Long Island University, Brooklyn. General admission, $12.
That cannot be right.
You should go.
This is what it says.
I know.
Am I
I'm just saying that, like, even cheap shows now are $25 for tickets. Wow.
It says it's at a college. Long Island University.
LIU?
I guess.
All right. Well, get out there and see them. $12. Be silly. You got shows tonight?
All say, well, it's GA.
Yeah.
So that's the floor. I'd be at the very back of the floor for $12. And then...
I bet the sound is going to go to the back of the floor.
Yeah, but I don't want to be with all those sweaty men pushing me around and stuff.
Really? Not a lot of girls at Clutch shows? Is that what you're
no.
implying? It is a
Clutch
dude-heavy
show?
band. I don't know why. It's one of those bands where I'm like, why aren't women into Clutch? I mean, there are, but it is definitely a dude-heavy band, and I'm not quite sure why. Some bands just don't appeal to women, and women can, obviously, anybody can like anything.
Thanks,
I mean,
Alan.
black metal. No, you know what I mean? Like, if I go to a black metal show, yeah, there's not going to be a lot of ladies there. But, like, Clutch, I don't know. Why not?
Yeah,
It's
$10.
not like an overtly aggressive band.
But
you
then
know.
balcony seats are $107.
Well, then somebody
So
left
this
off
doesn't
a
make any
zero
sense.
or something.
No, this is on. I've checked I've checked SeatGeek, Vivid Seats, and whatever the purple one is.
And those are all resale apps.
StubHub.
Usually the bots now, that's why it's no fun trying to get tickets for shows now. Unless you either have a plug or something. Because the apps scoop them all up and then sell them back to you for 3 times the amount.
These are $11. I don't know what you're...
No.
Okay, so then
what
you
you're
go to
talking about, yes, but that's clearly some kind of weird anomaly. I'm just
But if
saying
you go
most
to
shows now.
Live Nation, $72 for standing room only.
Right.
Weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It's all very strange. Next week on the program, I'll have tickets for you if you want to go see Skillet We got a meet and greet for you to win for that if you're a Skillet fan. They're playing September 26th at the Agora. I want to go see comedian Andrew Schultz. He is doing Playhouse Square, the State Theater, the Life Tour. That'll be September the 20th. I got $50 to Pins Mechanical Company.
Hey,
want to go bowling in Ohio City?
That's right by it. You can go to Brightside and get that pizza I was talking about, and then
There
go
you
to
go.
Pins.
Yep. And 16 bits over there, too, yeah?
Yeah. Well, Pins and 16-bit are
Same
in
thing?
the same spot. Yeah.
All right.
And that place is gigantic.
Yeah. Sarah Silverman is going to do the State Theater. That is September 21st. She might be coming on the show.
That would be amazing.
I'm in process of trying to figure that out. The Post-Mortem Tour with Sarah Silverman. It would be her first appearance on this program, and I would very much like to have her on. And if you want to go see Testament and Creator, Possessed is opening that show. That is October 1 at the Agora. Perfect Halloween time, spooky season show. NFL season begins tonight. I can't tell you how excited I am, Mary, that in a few minutes I'm going to introduce who will be picking our NFL games.
Mayor the Goat.
Nope.
Oh.
I mean, we used to have Terry the Goat, but she passed away. Terry the Goat was out there at Marcinek Farms in Carlton, Pennsylvania. Al Marcinek was, for 4 or 5 seasons, Terry the Goat would make her picks every week. But Terry the Goat passed away. And so for the past couple of seasons, we have been without an animal picking the games. The NFL season begins tonight. It's going to be, I think it's the Ravens and Chiefs. Is that what it is?
Correct.
Ravens and Chiefs. The Kansas City Chiefs are going. They're hoping for a Super Bowl three-peat. That's the headline on this season. They would make history by doing that. They were the first repeat Super Bowl champs for a good 20 years. But so the Ravens.
Yeah, there's never been a team that's three-peated.
And the Kansas City Chiefs. So Patrick Mahomes and Taylor Swift's boyfriend, and she's going to be there tonight.
Did you see
They're
that
making all
break-
kinds of plans and security situations. And see what?
Their breakup contract leaked.
Yeah, but they said that was all nonsense, right?
I know.
Yeah. It was funny, though.
I mean, for a minute, I was like, it makes sense.
Dude, I fully believed it.
I
I
did
was like,
too.
if this is true, I'm not surprised. There was a company that leaked what they said was paperwork, a breakup contract for if Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce were going to split up, or it was under the auspices of this is going to happen soon, and so this is their media plan. You have to have a media plan. This is not outside the realm of possibility, to say the least. And so this thing was making the rounds. A company called Full Scope Public Relations. They said, oh, this got leaked. Now, the implication was that their whole relationship had been made up. Now, I don't believe that, but I fully believe that 2 super high-profile people would have a PR company draft up, here's how we're going to...
Break up.
Well, here's how... This is the media plan.
Yeah.
Those kinds of things do happen. You know, you hire crisis managers. That's what PR companies do. Even for regular people. But they said, the people from the company said this is completely false, completely fabricated. So who do you believe?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they're going to say that because it's embarrassing if somebody leaked this document. Of course they're going to say that. Did Travis Kelce or Taylor Swift say this is fake? I don't know.
I haven't heard anything.
Don't know. But he better hope it's fake. He just signed a $100 million deal. Ain't nobody paying that kind of money to hear him and his brother talk about football. They want to hear him talking about banging Taylor Swift.
Yeah, but if that breakup episode would be a big episode.
Oh, yeah, okay. So you get one big episode out of it. Then what do you do? Oh, hi, guys. We're back talking about... So, recent photos of the two of them seem to put to rest the notion that they're even close to splitting up. Those two crazy kids. You know what I think of them as? I think of them as like a young Meryl Streep and Martin Short.
Oh, okay.
You know? Browns don't play until when? Sunday?
Sunday, 4/20, I think.
I will be giving you details on this season's Cox Out pre-games. Do those when the Browns are out of town. And they have named Jim Donovan's replacement.
Tim Donovan.
Tim Monovan. A guy named Andrew Siciliano, who I'm told is already familiar to Browns fans.
Yeah, he's from Cleveland. He did the DirecTV. He works on the NFL Network.
Mm-hmm.
He'll fill in for Rich Eisen. I like Andrew Siciliano.
He
Giant
looks like a
ears.
guy who can hear everything.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to hear the calls directly from the field.
Yeah, I think he's a good replacement.
This guy's got a wingspan on his head like you would not believe.
Got some big old ears.
I mean, very prominent ears. His dad is a Cleveland native, which I guess goes a long way with people. If you have a local connection, they go, oh, he's one of us because his dad from, if I walked into Tupelo, Mississippi or Auburn, Alabama, it wouldn't mean anything to anybody, even though that's where my dad is from. I wouldn't get any red carpet rolled out for me and walk into Tupelo. My dad's from here. They go, But he filled in for Jim Donovan a few games last season.
Correct.
So there you go. He's going to be the new guy. Because Jim Donovan sadly said, got to deal with this cancer situation. It's going to take me out of the broadcast game, kind of a forced retirement. So he was doing Sunday Ticket Red Zone stuff. He's been all over the place. He's called Rams preseason games, Browns regular season games, and Big Ten football on NBC. So he's got some bona fides. Now, who is going to be picking the games? Is it just week one, or is it? Is this going to be a regular
This
thing?
is going to be all season.
All
To
season
the
long?
Super Bowl.
Uh-huh. Okay.
We're doing this all season long, all the way to the Super Bowl. See how. Well, it's
Has Mary been
Mary-
apprised of the situation?
No, I wanted to surprise Mary with
Okay.
this.
Football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football all the way, football all the way, football all the way. Yeah, I wouldn't say football all the way.
Well, Mary, I think you're going to be very excited. I'm going to put it up here on the screen.
Dick from Dayton.
No.
No.
I wanted this to be a fun segment.
know the most.
Whoopsie is going to be choosing.
Bill Squire's own Whoopsie.
My dog Whoopsie.
How?
So the way I laid it out is there's 2 bowls, and each bowl represents a different team, and then I put a treat in each bowl, and whichever one she eats first is who she's picking to win that game. And
So this is as scientific as Terry the Goats.
Yes.
Which is not at all.
Yes.
But that's what we like about it.
That's what we like about it. And to add a level of suspense, I'm going to bet on all these games.
There you go.
So
Based on what she picks?
Based on
Or you're going to bet against her?
I'm betting what she picks. I'm betting just the money line. So not like over under, just
standard bet.
Standard bet. $10 for this week. I don't know if I'm going to stick with $10 because that will add up a lot. But yeah, she made her bets, or she made her picks, and I made my bets. And why don't you play the video?
How many games in week one?
Let me send it to Mary so she can watch along with you.
Okay, yeah.
In real time.
How many games in week one? Does everybody's playing, or somebody have?
Well, I mean, everyone's playing, but I'm only picking 5 games each week.
I see. Okay, she's not picking all the games.
Right.
I mean, the most that we would get out of Terry the Goat, she wouldn't pick all the games either.
Right.
On average, we got maybe 6-7 games out of her.
Yeah. We're gonna keep it to 5.
5 games.
Nice number.
So she doesn't clean you out.
Right. Yeah. But also, she could be making me a ton of money.
She could.
You know?
Yeah.
If she gets these
If she knows what's good for her.
All right. She knows I'll spoil her.
Does Mary have the video?
I'm sending her.
She does not.
It's on the way. Hold on.
Okay.
There it goes. Okay. Should be there soon. delivered.
Okay, I got it.
Okay. All right. So, Alan, when you are ready to play it, just let.
Okay, I
do
got
a little
it.
countdown for Mary.
Yep. You ready, Mary?
Yep.
Okay, I've got it all queued up here. In 3, 2, 1.
She's going to pick the winner of 5 football games. All right, so we got stay, Ravens versus Chiefs. Okay. Okay, she's got the Chiefs, Eagles versus the Packers. Stay.
So it's the one she eats first.
Yes.
Because she ate both of them.
Yes, she's going to eat both of them at a
Gotcha.
time, but it's the one she eats first.
Which one she grew? Okay.
Yeah.
Stay. Eagles versus Packers. I did not. I guess she got the Eagles. All right. Stay. Okay, Steelers versus Atlanta. Remember, there's one here too. Okay, right? Oh no!
Wait, what happened to Steelers?
She went early and she got there, but yeah.
She's very well trained, by the way.
We'll get better at this.
Okay.
Stay. Okay.
This is Rams Lions.
Yep. Rams Lions. She's looking. She's not sure.
Go now. Okay now.
All right, so she went for the Rams.
Yeah. And then
just wait. Browns versus Cowboys. Browns, Cowboys.
Mm-hmm.
Stay. I'm gonna put this here first. Here. Stay. Look at me now. Hey, look up at me. Look up at me. Okay. Okay, go ahead. Pick one.
Oh, Cowboys.
Oh no.
She picked the Cowboys. All right, so there you go. Kansas City, L.A., Dallas, Pittsburgh, and Philly.
Yep.
Those are, whoopsies, week 1 picks.
Yes. And
All
I
right.
posted this on my social media at Bill Squire on Instagram and on Facebook on the Alan Cox Show's Facebook as well.
Mhm.
So if you want to check it out, follow along, see how her picks do, maybe bet along with her. You know, try it out.
And you're betting $10 on each one. So
Yeah.
that's $50 or $60.
So I
right there.
could win a total. I think I did the math. It was like 58, 65 is what I would win this
Okay,
week
well,
if I win all 5 games.
Profit's profit.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, well, there you go.
Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way. Football all the way. Football all the way. Yeah, wouldn't you say? Football all the way.
Well, that's exciting. Did you see the video of the VP from the Commanders?
Yeah.
Oh, God. This is how badly guys want to get laid, because this girl was so obvious. She was asking him questions like she was a reporter. This is the worst acting job I've ever heard from a woman pretending to be on a date. There's this guy named James O'Keefe who's just like a right-wing whatever. He's just one of these douche nozzles. He tries to get people on hidden camera, and he does a lot, but he got fired from his own organization last year because he was he's just kind of a scumbag. Anyway, he had this girl go on a date with the guy who's the VP of content for the Washington Commanders. He used to be the Redskins and the Washington Commanders. And they said he's been suspended, but this dude's going to get fired. It's all over the place. And the funny thing is that James O'Keefe, over the course of narrating this video, interspersed with cuts, this woman surreptitiously filming this guy on this date. He refers to the guy by his full name every time. His name's Rael Enteen, and he's the Washington Commanders vice president of content. And he connected with a woman on the Hinge app, but she was actually an undercover reporter for this right-wing media organization. And she gets him saying all kinds of stuff about how the players are dumb and the audience just alcoholics. I mean, it's stuff that should not shock anyone, because you know this is what organizations think, especially in the NFL. So I'll play through a little bit of it here. There's a little bit of expletives here. I'll check my time codes. But just her talking to him. They're at a table outside. She's filming him secretly, obviously, and he's being pretty candid with her because this guy wants to get laid. But she's so... Granted, I don't know that anybody would go, I wonder if I'm being secretly filmed. He's just out trying to have a good time. But her questions are so specific and stilted that if this guy had thought about it for half a second, he might have at the very least been a lot less candid, a lot more buttoned up. I don't care where you are. It's not good to talk shrimp on the organization you work for. But this guy did.
And the
To this
iHeartRadio
girl.
app works perfectly. Shut up, everybody.
Well, but that's the app, right? I'm not talking about like the people I work with are morons and things like that. You know, the app speaks
But if you
for
were
itself.
to say one of the people that you work with is a moron, who would you say?
I
it
wouldn't.
is?
I wouldn't.
Oh,
I keep
I
that
didn't
stuff to
fall
myself.
for it.
I'm a professional. I don't talk shrimp on people.
Just give us one name.
No.
Come on, we matched on Hinge. Tell me about your...
Okay, just walk me through again your breakdown, your just description of the
Walk me through your breakdown.
me through
This
your
guy- And this
breakdown.
guy doesn't think anything. He's on a date with a I don't know what she looks like, but.
Real quick.
Over 50% of our roster, right, is either white religious and God says fuck the gays.
God says F the gays.
Meet Rael Entine, the vice president of content for the Washington Commanders. Another big chunk is very low income African American that comes from a community that is inherently very homophobic. Rael Entine goes on to say some of the NFL players are, quote, dumb as all hell.
Would you say most people who work at the NFL, with you as the exception of your former boss, would you say that they're just not very smart?
The way she's talking,
It's like she's doing an interview.
Right.
And this
crazy.
guy, it doesn't even occur to him.
Would
He's
you
like,
say, like-
she really is into me.
Yeah.
She's really interested in what I do for a living.
This just shows like the kind of ego that this guy has, where he's just like, I know when she stops talking, I get to talk, and I love talking.
He's been with the Commanders for 4 years. He came from the XFL.
Oh.
So it's not like he's been with the organization for 20 years or something, you know?
Gonna be back with the XFL. Unemployed, not existing.
I've met some very
What about like the players?
There's some that are like dumb as all hell. Commanders VP of Content Rael Entine
Again, he says his full name every time he cuts in on this thing,
disdain
too.
for NFL fans to our OMG American Swiper, stating they are, quote, high school educated alcoholics and mouth breathers. Most of the
All right, but where's the lie?
But also, this guy blows what the guy says. He, gives you he just quotes the guy before he shows the video.
They are high school educated alcoholics.
So they're like lower class people.
I hate to use that term. I would just say mouth breathers. I know it's way worse.
I would just say mouth breathers. Let me skip ahead here. Where does he... I made myself some time code notes. He says Goodell is a $50 million puppet, that Jerry Jones actually runs the NFL.
Then why doesn't he win any Super Bowls?
I know, right? That guy can't possibly be running the NFL.
Yeah.
That's what's... Let me see if I can find it here. I can't go through this whole video because the whole thing's 11 minutes
Yeah,
long.
somebody
but,
talking
you
to
know.
me like that, I'm like, okay, because I mean, we've all had people that are trying to like, what's Alan like in real life? They ask questions like that, like they want some goss, they want something like that. The way she talks, obviously, this is not a regular date conversation.
It's like she's doing an interview,
Right.
and this guy,
Yeah, she sounds like a reporter.
Can I just say real quick that I don't like this?
Well, a lot of people, anytime you record somebody like this, a lot of people have that reaction,
this
and
guy
I feel
thinks
like
he's
that's
on a
the,
date.
I feel like
Yeah.
that's the right one. A lot of people are
Yeah.
like, "This is really icky."
I don't like this at all.
Yeah, like
this
this
is
guy-
the kind of the gotcha stuff that I'm like. It makes people feel like when you hear everyone like you can't say anything anymore. This is what they're talking
Yeah,
about.
this-
It's
well,
like, I
that-
can't even go on a date.
This is what got this dude pinched in the first place, this James O'Keefe guy, because he's just a scumbag. He's like just always trying to get people. He would take comments out of context. And, he'd be recording some, I don't know, liberal politician or something and then plastering it all over with.
Because I feel like everybody, maybe not on a first date with somebody, but like I say things to Brian I would never say out loud in public or to my
Right.
sister. Like if you're venting or in this case, I don't know, trying to impress somebody. I don't know that, but
Well,
I don't like
I can't get
I
this
don't
dumb
like
thing
this.
to play anymore, but because I'm trying to show you the video and not just play you the audio. But yeah, he's like the NFL's initiatives to be for social justice are all performative because they figure it'll make them more money. But this is what I mean. Like, there's none of this that's a lie.
Yeah.
Who thinks that that's not what's happening? Roger Goodell is a $50 million puppet. Jerry Jones really runs the NFL, but he hates gay and black people, is what he says about Jerry Jones.
The 90-year-old Texan hates gay and black people? Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, so obviously this guy has completely scrubbed all of his social media accounts, but a lot of people are having that same reaction where they're like, this is, okay, I'm not happy about any of this. It sucks, but it's like this guy really got...
He also said that Whoopsie doesn't know anything about football, and she was just doing it for the treats.
Trash.
She's not even really into. She's not invested in any way. She doesn't have do any research on it. She just wants treats.
He also referred to her as a high school level alcoholic, which I thought was a bridge too far.
Don't drink?
No.
Well, I guess she stopped drinking because she's an alcoholic.
She had to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In recovery.
I'm going to take a break here. I'll have those Nothing More tickets for you later on. 5:30 is going to be the next keyword. You want to get yourself to Vegas, put $1,000 in your pocket, and send you and a guest off to our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard.
The home of the buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Eastbound and down, loaded up and trucking. Are we gonna do what they say can't be done? We've got a long way to go and a short time to get there. I'm eastbound, just watch no bandit run. Keep your foot hard on the pedal, son, never mind them brakes. Let it all hang out, cause we got a run to make. The boys are thirsty in Atlanta, and there's beer in Texarkana, and we'll bring it back no matter what.
We have a lot of people who drive for Amazon who listen to this show. And I know that because I've had the trucks pull up to my house who have no idea it's my house. And
I run into them while they're
blaring the show, like they're listening to the
yeah.
podcast, or maybe it's a day that there's a sum of show on or whatever. And so I would imagine that they would either be able to confirm or deny this. But it started going around that Amazon drivers were really, really upset because the company was telling them that they didn't want them singing along in their truck because it's the cause of distracted driving. Now, the company naturally has said that's not true. But this all came about from the fact that Amazon, obviously, it's a data-driven company, and so that they really keep as many tabs on their drivers as they possibly can. And that the comment was in their attempts to make sure that their workers are only working and not having any fun at all. You know, like they can't go to the bathroom, and no matter how hot it is, that singing along with the radio in their truck is just another way to distract them. Because I don't know if they've got video cameras on these people or what. Amazon says that they have no guidance along those lines. They said there's nothing true about this.
Something else that these vehicles have is the in-vehicle camera safety technology. It's looking to make sure that you're driving safely.
My daddy was a family baseman. My mama was an engineer. And I was born one dark, pretty morn with the music coming in my ear.
Okay, well, I agree with Amazon all of a sudden. Yeah, you shouldn't be singing along. Listen, these cameras that are put into trucks and things like that, they have nothing to do with your safety. It's just to make sure that if something does happen, that the company's not liable and that they'll most likely hang you out to dry. It's got nothing to do with your safety. But, listen, I am on record. It is a major pet peeve of mine when people sing along with the radio. You can do whatever you want in your car. I know it's a fun thing to do. I know I'm in a very distinct minority with this take. But when people are in my car, I feel a white-hot rage when people sing along with the radio. It drives me crazy.
It's like everybody's drunk and singing, and like you're in Uber, and everybody's having a good time, just singing along to a song. You're like, this makes me mad.
That's not my car.
If he's driving.
It's only if you're driving.
I mean, your example, yes, would also drive me crazy. But everyone's drunk. But my thought is, you're not going to improve this song.
Yeah, but it's still fun to sing it if you like it.
That's why I said, I get that I'm in the minority. I get that it's an old, cranky thing. But I felt that way as far as I can remember.
I just think of this time that me and
I hate it.
A friend we were just in an Uber, and the guy's like, "What do you want to hear?" And we're just like, put on like 90s rock, and we were singing Everlong together.
Nope.
On a perfect night. Nope. Oh, dude, it was the best. It was a bonding moment. We had a good time.
Everlong. Stop it. I love the Foo Fighters, but if I never hear that song again, it'll be too soon.
But How would it be too soon if you never?
You take my point, right?
You don't like that song?
Everlong, I liked it the first 5 million times I heard it. Yeah.
I'll like it the next 5 million times
Nope.
I hear it. It's forever good.
Nope.
I get tired of songs like that where people are like, oh, no.
Do or don't.
I don't. Not really.
Again, I know I'm on the outside looking in with this. I'm not trying to be the fun killer.
You are.
If somebody's singing in my car, I don't verbalize to them to not do it. You know, if Gwen's riding shotgun or my daughter's in the back seat, they're singing the songs. I am staring straight ahead at the road. I'm dead quiet. I don't say anything. They know I don't like it, but I'm not trying to be the fun killer. But if you were a good singer, you'd be on tour.
What if they are a good singer?
Yeah,
They're not.
What if they are? My girlfriend's a great singer.
Great.
You can sing along.
Awesome.
Mhm.
Great. Go do it in your car.
Do?
That's all I'm saying. Anyway,
Have a good time with it.
Amazon might be on the right track now that I think about it. Hey, Chris.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
So I can't speak on this new singing in the van thing, but I am a former Amazon driver, and I can speak on the cameras that they have in the vans.
Yep.
So attached to the rear view mirror is a 360-degree view camera. It's watching out both side mirrors. It's watching out the front mirror to detect how fast you're coming up on a stop sign, if you stop at stop signs, how fast you're approaching other cars. It is also watching the driver and seeing if they are grabbing their phone, if they are looking away from the road too long, and all types of stuff. And it is constantly watching.
Which I do understand. I mean, it's Amazon property. I don't know how well they're vetting drivers. I mean, they don't consider them employees. They go to every possible length to indemnify themselves against what one of these drivers might be doing. So it's like, I understand where they're coming from, but this notion that it's, well, to make sure our drivers are safe, they couldn't care less about that. As I understand it, anybody can end up being an Amazon driver. So the company's like, we got to keep an eye on people because, yeah, they're going to be on their phones or they're going to be whatever. But if it got to the point where they were telling people, we think it might be distracting. I mean, you can't, just because you're employing someone or paying them doesn't mean that you can suck every last bit of joy out of their lives.
Right. But also, the vans in Ohio do not have those cameras. It is illegal to put those cameras in the Ohio vans.
There you go. Well, then they're on to something. I wonder why Ohio seems like the last state that would make something like that illegal.
I don't know.
Yeah.
But Ohio is where I drove for Amazon, so our vans did not have the cameras, but in our training, we learned about the cameras because they're in every other state.
Why are you a former driver, Chris? Just life changed, or it was a specific reason?
Because it is hands down one of the worst jobs I have ever had. The companies that Amazon contracts to fulfill their driving are garbage. Every single company is ran differently. At one distribution hub, there could be 8 different, as they call them, DSPs, which are delivery service providers, out of one fulfillment center. There could be 8 different companies.
Yeah, because they have so much freight they got to move.
Right. And just most of those bosses and stuff, like the company I worked for, some dude just got a life insurance policy and decided, I'm going to start owning a DSP, and just bought some vans and started running the company. And did not know how to run a company from anything.
Yeah. Well, you learn by doing sometimes. Okay, listen, thank you, Chris.
But all right, you have a great day.
Appreciate it. There's Chris. He used to drive for Amazon. You know, it's like there's a big dust up because there's another broadcasting company that kind of got caught with their pants down because they were suggesting that they're a Facebook partner. And obviously all Facebook cares about is scraping every single bit of data you've got because that's the game they're in. We all know this. But when you talk about your phones are always listening, there was another broadcasting company where some information got leaked that they were pitching Facebook. They had a pitch deck that was saying, hey, we can listen to people and get information even when their microphones are off on their phones, which obviously is highly illegal. This is a company that owns a bunch of radio and television stations, primarily in the South. I've had friends that have worked for them before. The Cox Media Group, no relation. Lot of radio and TV stations in Florida and Georgia and, probably nationwide, but I don't think there are any in this market. But they are, they're not alone in being media partners with Facebook. I don't think this is something that this company does. But Facebook had to come out and go, oh, we don't know what they're talking about. What? Who? What's the... They had somebody leaked their PowerPoint or their pitch deck or something about active listening software, where their big pitch was, hey, even when people's phones are off, we might be able to hear what they're doing. Because everybody's trying to scrape every little bit of data they possibly can to sell you things. And obviously those laws vary from state to state. Like Chris said, the cameras in Ohio and trucks like that, you can't have them. But this kind of stuff is extraordinarily illegal. Because you figure that would mean that there are people being listened to who don't have a smartphone.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you agree to a terms of service, which we all just click a box and we don't know what the hell's in it. You still click the box. But, somebody who's purporting to have some kind of software that can do this, kids can't give consent. You got kids in the house, it could be listening to them. Every time there's a phone listening to a kid, that's breaking the law. And they can't, your phone doesn't know if you're in public, if you're in a bathroom, if you're on a date with a girl who's recording you and you work for the Washington Commanders. So even if it got your voice or something you were talking about, there's a lot of people around you who haven't given their consent. Like, this is what wiretap laws are about. It's a violation. It's one thing if you type something into Google. That's all fair game. You've put something into Google, or when you're talking into your phone, hey, Siri, where can I get pad thai around here? That's completely different. But like somebody trying to capture your voice so they can partner with social media and scrape the data, first of all, they know it's illegal. They're just hoping to not have anybody figure it out. But somebody figured it out. Somebody leaked it.
Question for Bill. Has he been disc golfing at all? Has he lost the spirit of the throw? Or has he still been doing it? Because I've been addicted for about 2 years, almost 3. It's fun, man. Get out in the woods, smoke a little, grass, play in the grass, hit some trees with some plastic. It's a fun thing, dude. Hope you're still doing it, Bill.
That's a deep dive. I forgot about disc golf.
Yeah, I got into disc golfing. I tried doing it with my nephew last year when he was staying with my parents for the summer. And we went 2 times. The first time we did it, it was all right. And then the second time we were like, I don't know, we were maybe 10 minutes into it. And I was like, are you having fun? And he's like, no. And I was like, me either. This sucks. Because it was so hot that day. And so, that was the last time I played over a year ago. So have not stuck with it.
We had a buddy who was so into disc golf. Anytime we all got together, every couple of years, we'd rent a big house. I mean, as recently as a couple summers ago, because we were all over the country now. These were our Chicago friends. Everybody had gotten a little bit older and moved away, and some people started having kids or whatever. And every couple of years, we'd rent a house like in Michigan or something, and we'd all get together. And our one friend, he and his wife are divorced now, so she must have gotten sick of it too. But he brought his whole thing before anybody was unpacked. He's hanging the friggin' chain buckets off the trees. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. Trying to get other people to play with him. When did Frolf become disc golf, by the way? It used to be Frisbee golf.
Right.
It was Frolf. Costanza played it. Or at least the guy in the park wanted him to play it. And then it became disc golf.
Maybe they got sued by the PGA.
Was that the
Still
same?
got golf in the
Was that the same as
No.
Ultimate Frisbee?
No, Ultimate Frisbee is where is
like football.
Frisbee football.
Frisbee football.
Frisbee football became Ultimate Frisbee, and Frisbee golf became disc golf.
Frolf became disc golf.
Dude, I can't throw a frisbee to save my life.
I love
And that's another
throwing
thing.
It's fun. I
I'm
love
not good
Frisbees.
at it.
Really?
I can throw a regular Frisbee, but the discs that they use for disc golf are very hard to throw.
Are they small?
They're smaller,
Yeah,
and they're
okay.
like, they don't, like, you have to have a certain technique to throw them well, and I don't have that technique. And
It's all in the wrist.
And I don't feel like learning it, and I did not, So, and it just, it's not for me.
All right. Well, in answer to your question, sir, Bill is no longer playing disc golf.
I'm glad you enjoy it, but yeah, it's not my, not my bag.
All right. Not your bag or your bucket.
Nope.
Disc golf. I've never actually played.
I thought you guys had like a disc golf tournament or foot golf.
We had
Never
foot
mind.
golf.
Foot golf. Foot golf I liked.
Yeah.
Foot golf was very fun.
A lot of fun. So fun. Like to do it again. But life had other ideas. I got to take a break here. I want to go see Nothing More. They're on their Carnal tour. That's the new album. They're coming to Cleveland. Nothing More is going to play the Agora end of this month, the 24th, a couple of weeks off, with a couple of other bands with them as well. 5:30, I will have another keyword for you. Each and every one of those. There's still plenty of chances for you to get to Vegas. We're doing our iHeartRadio Music Festival coming up the 20th and 21st out at the T-Mobile Arena. At keyword is $1,000 in your pocket and a trip for two to get out there.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart
time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
I'm going to go see the band Nothing More. Carnal is the new album. And so they're appropriately on the Carnal tour with Set It Off and From Ashes to New in the supporting slots there. It's going to happen in a couple of weeks. It is Tuesday night, September the 24th. So a week from this coming Tuesday at the world-famous Agora. Nothing More. You might have seen videos of them live and not even realize that's who it was. They have this wild contraption. I forget what they call it. The Scorpion, I think. Looks like a keyboard with a handlebar on it, and it's a wild show. So I got a couple of tickets here for you to see them. Call 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To all our men and women in uniform,
I've been a lifelong fan, 20 years in the military, come back, and to find your afternoon show is f***ing horrible.
thanks from the Alan Cox Show.
Horrible, horrible.
On 100.7 WMMS.
You guys remember when there was an eclipse in Northeast Ohio?
Yeah. It was on the home opener.
All the stars really aligned.
A nice day.
Literally and figuratively. Yeah, April 8th. It was the Guardians' home opener against a team that would go on to make history, the Chicago White Sox. I mean, just watching these kids do what they've done all season long has just, my heart has swelled with pride. Destination Cleveland said that city made about $25 million off Eclipse-related events. So I guess that's
good.
Good.
That's really good.
Yeah, this is what they
$25 million,
try to
yeah.
get, money into the local economy. 12 events associated with the eclipse back in April generated about $25 million. Now, it was in retrospect, and that's the only way that you know, when all is said and done, but in retrospect, it was not as bananas as we were told it was going to be.
Never is.
Well, sometimes it is. I mean,
no, it is not.
It
was cool.
In eclipses.
Oh, wait. You mean bananas like the experience or the amount of people that
Amount
were
of
gonna be
people.
around?
The number of
Okay.
people, yes. Because out where we were, out in Bay Village, there were like signs everywhere that was like, if you can take the train into the city, do it then, because the traffic's. Because all the stories we heard, and we had people that call us, live in Kentucky or whatever. They were like, yeah, last time this happened, we were in the path of totality, and it was just, traffic was just backed up for hours, and blah, blah. So that was the mindset that a lot of people had going into it, was that everybody was going to be backed up, because everybody after the eclipse leaves all at once. And I don't know, even anecdotally, that I heard stories like that.
Well, this is the
A
similar
lot of
thing
people were
that-
at the Guardians game, so that helped. Obviously, they weren't going anywhere.
This is a similar thing that happened when the RNC was hosted. I was bartending, and they were like, all these bars had a huge push
Yeah.
to extend their liquor license till 4 a.m., and we were our busiest during lunch.
Right.
Like, people did not come in afterward. Like,
Well, didn't
and
they-
we were forced to stay open. So it would be like because they were getting food and drinks at the RNC. So if they were drinking anywhere after, it would be like their hotels.
But also,
It was a bust.
but the RNC was a bust. I mean, normally they would have been absolutely correct. But why was the RNC a bust again here? It did not live up to what they thought, but there was extenuating circumstances for that, wasn't there? What was
I don't know.
RNC.
I just remember them making a huge deal about it. We were open until 4 a.m. every single night that week, and I don't think we saw a single customer after like 10 p.m. It was trash. It was so bad.
Yeah, it was like national news. RNC is an economic bust for Cleveland businesses. We've sent people home, take the night off, said one woman. I don't know. Oh, heightened security concerns and Trump's candidacy turned away millions of dollars in corporate sponsorship. That's what it was. Trump the legendary businessman tanked the RNC when it was here in Cleveland. Fewer parties with rented out restaurants and less cash for businesses and employees. But normally when you have, they just had the DNC in Chicago. And again, extenuating circumstances. It would have been a different situation if it was still Joe Biden. But it wasn't. So it was an even bigger deal than they had planned on it being, even months ago. So, yeah, and some, because security concerns and all that, there were places downtown that just closed. They were like, yeah, we're not going to be open at all. But to your point, it wasn't as big of a deal as they thought. But the Eclipse, big deal, big situation. I got that trip to Vegas for you in a few minutes. Everybody's telling me they got some big hazmat fire down in Akron.
Ooh.
Right?
30 seconds ago, we were standing further down the street. Fire crews came
Some
over,
coverage
told us
from
we had
Channel
to move,
19.
and we had to move now because this is turning into a situation where they're preparing for a potential explosion. Now, the building that's on fire, you can't see it because all of these fire trucks blocking it. But the main focus here is where all of the firefighters are. Take a look across the street with me. I mean, we see dozens, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8+ fire trucks here. You see fire crews standing in this parking lot. What they are
They're in the Aldi parking lot. Maybe it's because of their smoking great deals.
Oh, boy.
To possibly
Hashtag not an
go ahead
ad.
and pan over just to show people the amount of manpower that this is taking to control this. Now, what we know so far is that this fire started around 1 o'clock this afternoon. The business that's on fire is called Koki Laboratories. This is on
What? Koki Laboratories?
That's what it says.
Like the late, great Koki Roberts? Is she the heir to the Koki Laboratories fortune?
about
Koki
what
Robinson.
this means for people in the area who might be breathing this in. Take a listen.
Okay, what are the concerns for, I guess, people breathing in with this being, kind of a chemical?
Right now, we don't have any concerns for anything like that. There's not hazardous, in the air.
Yeah.
No hazardous materials in the air right now. You can see the tail end of that.
I mean, they got the hazmat trucks out there. So that's going on still. When I first heard hazmat, of course, I thought they meant the great Haz Matthews over there at WZAK. But they meant hazardous materials. But according to that guy with the Akron Police and Fire Department, they have no concerns so far about the hazardous materials in the air. God, why didn't they get the explosion on camera?
Someone had to, right?
They have,
What's that? How could they have?
Yeah.
Because that was a live shot. On camera, it was a live shot. They go, they're concerned about an explosion.
Oh, you're saying why couldn't it have happened right then?
Yeah, like when they're covering it. I mean, that's what every reporter wants, is for something like that to be, that goes right in their sizzle reel. They had nothing to do with it, but they're like, here's me risking life and limb, as it turned out, on the scene for Channel 19, my days there in Cleveland, Ohio. This is what got me to the network, ladies and gentlemen, was the Koki Laboratories fire of 2024, when the whole thing went up in smoke behind me. Oh, there were limbs flying and acrid smoke through the air and big chunks of concrete and fiery wood raining down upon the good people of Akron, Ohio. And I was there to cover all of it. Did I run away scared? No, I did not. I did my duty as a reporter, as a steward of the public airwaves. But that didn't happen. Because you're out there all afternoon, if you're one of these reporters on the scene, and you're hoping that something's going to happen. Because what else is there? You talking to firefighters? I mean, that's fine. First and foremost, you're there to get the information out to the public. But you're lying if you're on the scene and don't think that you want something to happen. Hopefully not risking anyone's life and limb, but just for the shot, for the optics. You'd love to be on camera when there's a giant fireball behind you, when there's a giant plume.
Especially if you're walking away in slow motion.
Oh, God.
Kidding me? Did it.
Yep. Little Reservoir Dogs action. Mm-hmm. Dun, dun, dun. Little propeller heads playing behind you. I got this trip to Vegas for you. It's $1,000, and it is a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival, now in its somethingth year, with the Black Crowes and Thomas Rhett and Doja Cat and Keith Urban and Chris Coldplay Martin and a lot of other people. So listen closely, and I hope you win. Good luck.
Now your chance at $1,000 and a trip to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword music to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's music to 200-200. WMMS.
Hey, Mike.
What up?
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Are you in Akron?
No, actually, Lakewood.
Okay.
Coming from Akron.
Okay.
Wait, is it commercial right now?
What?
No, you're on the air, man.
Mike, I'm talking to you right now. What's going on?
God. All right, well, I have a question.
Yeah.
Do you still stand by your COVID, stance?
Mike, where's this coming from?
I don't know, because I like you, but then you're just going out off the whim sometimes with some crazy stuff, and I don't know. Are
About
you a real
COVID?
person? Yeah, about COVID.
You're a little late to the game on COVID, Mike.
Well, you preach so much about, I don't know, what you were what you were doing about that. I just want to know, do you still stand by that?
But how did this get in your brain, Mike? I mean,
by listening to you every time I get off work at 4:00.
But I haven't talked about COVID in like 2 years. Yeah, I mean, all right, so walk me through it. Repeat back to me my take and where you disagree.
Where you're like, everyone needs to get the vaccine. Everyone, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? And I don't know, a lot of stuff came out about why you shouldn't or why people wouldn't.
A lot of stuff didn't come out about why you shouldn't, Mike.
There's a lot of
I haven't heard you say a word about it.
There was a lot of stuff on. There was a lot because it's all Facebook misinformation, Mike. What are you? I assume you did not get vaccinated.
Oh, I did get the first shot. I did.
Okay, well that's fine. I mean, I was just saying this notion that people go, I don't want to get vaccinated because I don't know what's in it. I understand where they're coming from, but once the data is compiled and they go, nobody's dying from it, it's fine. The same people who are complaining about the vaccine because they didn't know when they were in it, Mike, they're all lining up to get the shot that makes you skinny. They're all lining up to get Ozempic.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I just want to know where you were. I haven't heard you say anything about it, but you were all for.
I haven't heard anybody say anything about COVID in about 18 months, Mike. That's where I'm trying to start.
Yeah, good. Yeah, okay, good for you. But you
yes.
Well, it was top of everybody's mind.
We were living through a pandemic, Mike. Everybody was talking about COVID all the time.
To deny anything, any other possibility of
what possibility?
That not getting the vaccine was completely wrong. Like, you can't say you didn't say that.
That not getting the vaccine was completely wrong. I believed, yes, that it was as vaccines go, a long and noble history of vaccines eradicating things that are detrimental to the human condition and public health emergencies. Yes. I'm very pro-vaccine, yes.
Okay. All right. But do you take back
I don't take back anything I said, Mike. I'll cut to the chase with you. I don't take because I don't have any
people for not getting it, like just saying like you're like, I don't know.
It felt selfish.
Mike, a lot of people who didn't get it died. Now, I'm not saying they died because they didn't get it. But it certainly didn't help anyone in mitigating the detrimental effects of COVID. A lot of people who died, it's because they were already out of shape, obese, in poor health, and I don't know that a vaccine was going to necessarily help those people. But I don't Again, you're going way, you have this on the brain, and I haven't thought about it in quite some time. It's still out there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, COVID is still a thing, right? You can go to Walgreens, you can get the vaccine. People who are like in their 70s, they recommend that they get, but now it's kind of, in most people's minds, downgraded to something along the lines of the flu. Wasn't always the case.
Right.
So if your question is, why haven't I given equal weight to someone's aunt and uncle passing around nonsense on Facebook,
Oh,
that
that's
kind
not
of
what I'm
answers its
saying.
own question. Okay. I didn't know where you were coming from.
No, that's not what I was saying. Just, I don't know, just with the facts you have now or just how it is now, I haven't heard you say anything like, you know what, like maybe.
What do you mean how it is now?
Overreacted, maybe. Or.
Who overreacted?
Yeah, you know.
Mike, I don't.
You know, Mary's dad died of COVID, right?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by overreacted. You think people overreacted?
I mean,
it was killing millions of people, Mike.
Was it?
See,
Yes, it was.
What
It
kind of
literally
conversation
was.
can we have with you, Mike, if when we say this happened, you don't believe what we believe? Like the facts that are out there, you go, oh, no, that's not factual. It's very hard to have a conversation with someone like you because you are living in a different reality.
Well, Mike, I don't know that you are, but did you, Mike? Did you have anybody die from? Did you have anybody die from COVID?
I have not. I really did not. I didn't see any. Honestly, I knew a couple people that knew people that had it, and that's just, I don't know. That's it. And then like you're like just being detrimental to people that just are trying to live their lives.
Well, a lot of people got the vaccine because they wanted to continue living, Mike.
All right, that makes a lot of sense. Coming from
Mike, are you smoking up early today? I hope you're planning on having some good times tonight.
Oh, I'm a little high. I'm a little
No. What? Oh, come on, Mike. You're kidding me.
Smoke weed every day.
Haven't you, Alan? You haven't spoken out on your on reefer madness in quite some time.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate the call. I'm always happy to pick people's brains and see where they're coming from.
Smoke weed every day.
Thank you, Mike.
Yes, worldwide millions of people died.
Name one.
Your dad.
No.
Well, again, your dad is probably a good example of somebody who may not have lived from the vaccine.
Like it. I don't know what it would have done. There's really
right.
no way.
There's no way to
tell.
know. That's right. Yeah. Alan, the only reason Whoopsie is picking the NFL games is because she's sleeping with somebody on the show.
Ew.
Is that? Well, she probably sleeps on your bed, right?
Yeah, she sleeps on my bed.
Doesn't
yeah.
imply, Mary, get your mind out of the gutter. It doesn't imply that there's anything sexual going on.
Yeah, I think when you say that,
you do.
When someone says you're getting a benefit because you're sleeping with somebody, I think that absolutely has sexual connotations.
If it was another person,
right? But I know what they're trying to do here. But
I don't like that.
I don't like that either.
I don't care for that one bit.
She knows a lot about football.
Slapping sounds.
She wants to make her picks.
I think so too.
And I put my money where my mouth is on them. Where her mouth is. I have
$10 a game.
$10 a game.
Yeah.
$50 a week. Oof. This could go bad.
Alan, I think Mike gets confused when you play some of shows and he doesn't realize they aren't live.
Dude, people do that all the time.
And I understand that. I mean, it's fine. And some people come to the conclusion, or they realize it. But yeah, I'll see the texts that come in. But again, if you listen, we got to the meat of it. Mike was high.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That explains a lot. Thank you, Mike. I got a break here. If you want to send a text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7. buzzard. The home of the buzzard.
Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Thanks for turning me on and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. I tell you, I hadn't hurt this much in darn near 20 years. It felt just like a mule that kicked me right between my ears. When she broke my heart in Walgreens and I cried all the way to Sears. There was a time when I believed that she belonged to me. She told me that I was the only one she'd ever need. That was before this trucker came and took her for a ride. Now there's nothing I can do to keep her satisfied. I didn't know what was going on, but I knew there was something wrong. Suddenly she'd get headaches every time we were alone. When she finally told me we were downtown at the mall, and it hit me like a ton of bricks, and I thought for sure I'd fall. Well, she broke my heart in Walgreens, and I cried all the way to Sears.
I think we're all friends here. I think I can be on record with all of you and saying that I don't F around with my skincare regimen. And Walgreens just dropped their whole in-house line of skincare products, Mary. Worth taking a look at. They've got some firming creams. Got a watermelon mask you shouldn't sleep on. And just FYI, you can't take too much care of your skin, right? It's worth looking into. Your Cleveland Guardians, by the way, didn't complete the sweep, loss to the Royals, but they took the first two games. 4-1 was the loss there in Kansas City last night. They're off tonight, and then they are headed to the West Coast. They're going to play the Dodgers of California tomorrow night. That's a 10:10 start. Saturday night is 9:10, so we'll be preempting our metal show. We do 2 hours to midnight, normally on Saturdays at 10 o'clock. I asked people over at Guardian Central, hey, could you just cut out after the first hour because I want to play some heavy metal?
And they said...
I was rebuffed with extreme prejudice. And so...
What, did they say like the N-word or something?
Rebuffed, Bill.
You said prejudice.
Rebuffed.
Extreme prejudice.
Yes, extreme prejudice.
Yeah.
They called me the N-word.
Yeah, that sounds like it.
Yep.
That's not good.
That N-word was no.
Oh.
They called you no.
They called me no. They saw that it was me on the caller ID. Didn't mean to rhyme. And they said no. Whatever this guy wants, negatory good buddy. Negatory good buddy. So 10:10 tomorrow night, 9:10 Saturday. They'll wrap it up with an afternooner on Sunday before the Guardians head to guaranteed rate field to, I can only assume, wipe the floor with the Chicago White Sox. Just mark them now. Put me out of my misery. Monday, Tuesday, fittingly enough, they'll close that series on September the 11th with a modern disaster. Guardians, White Sox before they come back home next Thursday to do 4 games against the Tampa Bay Rays, and then end of the month, we'll be done with the regular season. You can dig back into the Alan Cox Show YouTube channel archives and find my first pitch at the Cleveland Indians game. I think they were playing the Seattle Mariners. And I was flattered to be asked, but again, I'm on record. There's no upside to doing the first pitch. Mine was August 24th, 2011.
I disagree.
There's no upside.
I think there is.
If you kill it, people go, oh, yeah, good. If you hit it in the dirt, you suck, which is kind of what I did. There's no upside to it.
If you get creative, I think you can.
Which is what?
Did you see Ludacris's first pitch?
He's got the big arms.
It was
It's
great.
not, no, it's funny, but that's got nothing
Yeah.
to do with the first pitch. Like, what am I going to walk out there with big arms? Like,
Well, if you have a bit to do, I think it's a good time to do it.
This is what I'm saying. The only upside is if you do something that has nothing to do with the mechanics of throwing the first pitch. Yes, it's funny. Again, I'm not ludicrous, right? I'd only been here like a year and a half. People didn't even know who the hell I was out there throwing the first pitch. Anyway.
I think it'd be funny if you went out there again and did it with the ludicrous arms.
Well, yeah, that'd be great. I'd love to borrow the ludicrous arms. But I bring this up because there's a girl who plays for the Washington Spirit. That is the National Women's Soccer League. She's a professional soccer player. She just won a gold in the Olympics with the U.S. women's national team. She's a midfielder, a girl named Croy Bethune. Very good soccer player. She plays for the Washington soccer team, so she threw out the first pitch for the Washington Nationals and tore her meniscus.
Oh.
So she's out for the season
Dude.
on her soccer team. There's no, and it's always just these otherwise innocuous movements, right? You're not stressing your body out throwing out a first pitch. And it wasn't like she did some wild windup, just did the wrong thing at the wrong second. And so throwing out the first pitch for the Washington Nationals, she will not be playing on the Washington Spirit because she tore her meniscus.
Do they have to pay her her annual salary?
Of $19,000? Probably yes. Yeah, I can't imagine those girls are making a ton of money. But they're a good team. Washington Spirit are in second place. She played college soccer for the Georgia Bulldogs, went third in this past year's draft. And she's a very good player. But she will not be available this season because she threw out the first pitch. And watching it, you'd never know anything happened. A little bit of a look on her face like something happened, but it wasn't like, she flopped. It wasn't like she screamed out in pain or anything because you got to play it cool, I guess. But that sucks.
Hey, Alan. I used to drive for a company that had cameras in the cars, and I'm in Ohio as well. I listen to you on local radio, but so I don't think it's illegal because I had cameras in my cars. They just installed them not too long ago. Maybe the company, if it's the company's based out of Ohio, because they were based in
I was talking to that guy earlier from Amazon because of the people saying that Amazon didn't want people singing along in the car because of the cameras and they distracting or whatever. And a guy called and said he used to work for Amazon, but in Ohio, those cameras are illegal, blah, blah, blah. I heard from a whole bunch of FedEx drivers are like, that guy's full of crap. We got cameras in all of our trucks. So I'm not quite sure what that guy was talking about, but most of the people I've heard from who do that job are like, we got cameras in the trucks.
Oh, there's cameras.
Oh, there's cameras. And they're recording.
Alan Cable and Kent, listen to the podcast. I, too, am watching the absolute flaming train wreck that is the Chimp Crazy. The main lady looks like if Jennifer Coolidge from Best in Show and Magda from Something About Mary had a baby.
A Chimp Crazy. Here's the lady, if you're watching the live stream. Her name is...
Every month, this Airbnb
I
pays...
just want a photo. Her name is Tanya Haddix, I think is her name. And she does. She kind of looks like if Magda from the great Lynn Shay, the actress, and... who do you say? Jennifer Coolidge. There's a documentary on HBO, the people who made Tiger King. It's called Chimp Crazy. 98% human, 100% bananas is the log line on it. And I think it's only 4 episodes long, so it's not really going to take much out of your life. And Gwen had already been watching it, and I kind of came in midway through the second episode, and it is fantastic. This woman who, the story itself has a lot of twists and turns because part of it is her saying, PETA comes out. Part of it is litigation between her and PETA, these people who want to come out because she's got all these chimps in cages. But there's a lot of B-roll footage, too, of her and members of her family and friends playing with these animals. And they're all real cute when they're small. But it's when these chimps get bigger and, you know, they're dressing them like people and whatever. It's when they get bigger. I would be terrified. I'm like, I would never want to play. Yes, I would never. These are unbelievably strong animals when they get to some. And for whatever
unpredictable and temperamental.
Yes, for as many times as there's footage of high-fiving them or playing around or rolling around on the floor, it's like all it takes is for one of these animals. And obviously, part of this documentary is the.
What did they get?
The Charla Shaw story, where like her friend of a friend screams because it's pulling this woman's face off.
Right. They get the Alzheimer's vaccine, and then they become super smart and take us over. Huh? I don't want that.
You think that's what it is? The Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes? Yeah. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes. There almost seem to be too many of those in that. I'm a sucker for those Planet of the Apes movies.
Good, man.
I never watched the original ones.
One. Oh,
really?
You know what? I did go on a date one time, and a guy took me to go see one of the Planet of the Apes.
The new ones.
2010, 11, 12.
Oh, you got the Mark Wahlberg one.
No, the Mark Wahlberg one was 2000.
Oh, was it really?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're talking about the Franco one?
Yeah.
I did not want to be there at all. I don't remember a single part of that movie. He took me to the weed store, the bong store, a head shop. That's what it's called. Took me to the head shop.
The bong store.
Before our date, and I was like, what are we doing here? And then he like bought a bong, and he knew I didn't smoke at the time, and he got crazy high. And then we went to watch Planet of the Apes.
Was his name Mike?
No. He fist bumped me at the end of the date. He gave me a fist bump, not a hug, not a kiss. He gave me a nux. Give me some nux, man. It's crazy.
I mean, it doesn't sound like a situation where you were going to be giving it up anyway.
No, we went to dinner. He took me to Texas Roadhouse. I used to do a bit about this. This is like one of the first bits I ever wrote. He took me to Texas Roadhouse, and he was like, get whatever you want. It's all on me. I want to treat you. And, like, I had not been on many dates at this
I want
point
to
in my
treat
life.
you. Like what?
Well, I had not been on a lot of dates. I had a high school sweetheart, you know, but I wasn't, like, actively dating. And my girlfriends were like, well, a good tip is to order something, like, around the same price that he does. And he ordered a Caesar salad with no meat as his entree. It was like $8.
What's the matter with that?
Well, they told me to order something around the same price, and we're at Texas Roadhouse, and I wanted a steak.
I see.
But I ended up getting a Caesar salad with no meat to be the same. And then we went to the head shop.
And that's why you don't like salad as dinner.
Yes. Maybe it is.
There's
but then we went to the head
story
shop.
on that.
Oh, so you were, there's maybe some, there's some lingering trauma over that is what you're saying.
I'm just saying it was a bad date.
Yeah.
And we went to the head shop. He smoked an entire bong by himself, and then we went and watched Planet of the Apes.
By himself?
I didn't take a single hit.
But what was the date part? Just that you were occupying the same space at the same time?
Dinner and a movie was what I was told.
Yeah.
And then
how did you meet him?
He came into my bar. He was a friend of one of my regulars at the bar.
Friend of a friend. You get to chatting, and you're like, oh, he's nice enough.
No, I'll tell you what happened.
Oh. See, this is where I want.
I was young, man. I mean, I just turned 21, I guess. I don't know. And I came over. He was really cute. And
this is still college, right?
This is still college. Yeah. And my friend is like, oh, this is my buddy. Blah,
oh, you're
blah,
both
blah.
students.
No. Hold on. Just listen.
Yeah.
I get there, and they order beers, and then I come back to check on them, and he still had some beer left in his bottle. And then he ordered another one. And I picked up the one that had beer left, and I said, what, you going to leave a wounded soldier? And he had just gotten back from a tour in Iraq. And
what is a wounded soldier?
What's what my friends, I don't know if it's a common term, but if you don't finish a whole beer and you leave a little bit in there, we always referred to that as a wounded soldier.
Okay.
And so I said that to him, and he got really upset. And my friend was like, yo, he literally just got back from Iraq like 2 days ago. And I was like, I am so sorry. There's obviously no way I could have known. And he was like, yeah, well, don't use ignorant terms. Don't say crap like that. And I'm like, well, I didn't think it was an ignorant term. Like, I didn't know. And so I comped his tab, and I was like so apologetic. And I was like, I'm going to give you guys to a different server. This is awkward. I'm really sorry. And he was like, no, it's fine. Really, don't worry about it. And then he was like, you can make it up to me by letting me take you out on a date.
Oh, he pretended to be mad. Oh,
Well,
see, that's a move.
I think he was pretty upset,
No,
actually. I mean, like, he was visibly pretty like caught off guard and upset with the term, but yeah. So then I said okay, and he took me out on the date, and we went to.
So he was already dealing with some stuff.
He was already going through some things. He was a couple years older than me, a few years older than me. He was coming. Yeah, he had come home from I don't know how many tours he did over there, but yeah. And then he took me to Texas Roadhouse. We both got salads. He smoked a bong. We watched Planet of the Apes. And that was it.
This guy was mad about a comment he thought you made about his time overseas.
Well,
he's eating a salad.
I referred to the beer as that.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah.
But he took it as he didn't care for that terminology.
I mean, inconsiderate.
Yeah.
And what's the word I'm looking for? What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
It's like naive, but like I didn't mean anything by it.
Yeah,
you know
understood.
What I mean? Like,
yeah,
I didn't know. I didn't know it was a wrong thing to say, and he took it as like offense.
Yeah.
Salad. You don't win friends with 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 salad. Mom, I didn't mean to take sides. I just got caught up in the rhythm.
I didn't mean to take sides. Wow. So did you ever see him again?
We never went out again. I saw him.
Did you say, would you like to do another tour of duty around my pants?
No.
Anything like that? No?
A little tour of booty?
Even better. Terminology he could understand.
No, we didn't go out or anything after that. He messaged me every now and then on like Facebook for a few years. Every time he was married, and then like anytime he broke up with somebody, he'd always send me a message. Or it was.
So the wounded soldier was his wiener.
I guess.
Hey, do you want to come tend to a wounded soldier?
He was a nice enough guy, but he had a lot going on.
Yeah, a lot going on.
Care about our veterans.
Apparently.
Mary Santora, everybody.
I went out with him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he didn't take care of his wounded soldier.
Well,
the guy was eating a salad. They're eating salads at Texas Roadhouse.
A hand or an old-fashioned or something.
An old-fashioned.
There could not have been less chemistry on this date.
I was going to say, it doesn't. That's why I was like, where did the date part come in?
Okay.
The guy's sitting there at half staff. Nothing from her. Wow.
Sorry.
When you see Old Glory riding up that flagpole, you better sing, baby.
I'm un-American.
No, it's all right. All right, well,
So that was my tie-in to Planet of the Apes. That was the one Planet of the Apes movie that I went to see. I do not remember a single part of it. I think that was the one where
what theater?
It was somewhere in Toledo. I think the one at Franklin Park.
Oh,
Mall,
I'm sorry.
Toledo.
This was all in Toledo.
Yeah, this was in Toledo. This is when I was in college.
Home of the Mud Hens.
Yes. The Major League Baseball team, the Mud Hens.
The Rockets.
Mm-hmm.
The UT Rockets.
Yeah. I think it was the Planet of the Apes movie, and maybe they all do this. I don't know. But I feel like I remember the main ape screaming no at like the top of his lungs at whoever his trainer was supposed to be.
I think they do that in all of them.
Do they do that in all of them?
I think they
But
do.
that was like the first time they talked.
Okay.
Like the apes didn't talk the whole movie until that ape screamed no.
Yeah, that was the James
Caesar
Franco
was
one.
the James Franco. There you go.
What year did that come out?
2010, maybe?
So then that
2011, Rise of
yes.
the Planet of the Apes.
That was the one we went and saw then, yeah.
James Franco, John Lithgow. I like those. I don't know. The last one had Woody Harrelson in it. I don't know. I'm kind of a sucker for those movies. And I don't know why.
Didn't they just have a new one that came out?
Yeah, it's on.
Was Woody Harrelson in that one? The one that just came out?
No, he was in
the
last one. Yeah. No, the new one is Rise of the Planet of the Apes.
That was
that was the new
James
one.
Franco
No,
one.
That's the Jim Franco.
Sorry.
I thought the new one was
Kingdom
the
of the Planet. Right. There was Rise. There was Dawn. There was War. Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes is the most recent one.
Next is Republic.
They're planning on doing the Gym of the Planet of the Apes. They're going to be doing the Quilting Bee of the Planet of the Apes. I don't know if they have any more. I don't know if they've wrapped up the franchise. But That Marky Mark Wahlberg one went from kind of practical costumes. It was Helena Bonham Carter. Michael Clark Duncan was still alive. Paul Giamatti. And then they obviously...
That one was real bad.
Yeah, they transitioned in... Well, because Mark Wahlberg's not a great actor. I mean,
Well, it was
at
also-
least in that
Tim
he
Burton
wasn't.
did that one, and he was... it wasn't good.
No. A rare Tim Burton misstep, by the way.
Well, he bounced back with
Beetlejuice
Big
comes
Push.
out.
I got my tickets going
It's
to see it
tonight.
I'm going to see it Saturday morning with my girlfriend.
Are you?
Yeah.
Well, I love Michael Keaton. I just hear he's not in it much.
They said that was on purpose.
A little bit
that
of a bait and switch.
They didn't want him to be. They wanted it to be like the original. He's in for exactly 17 minutes, just like he was in the original.
Oh, he was in it that little in the original one?
Yep. They said they did not want this movie to be about him. That they
Yeah,
wanted
but
it to be like the
But the
similar-
title is his name twice,
It was the same thing in his name is the title of the first one.
but not twice.
Well, that getting
Once. They should have put him in this one for 34 minutes.
Well, I literally just watched that clip on Instagram. Was him doing an interview saying that was by design, that they did not want Beetlejuice to be the main guy.
Hey, James.
Oh, how are you?
Good.
Who am I speaking with?
This is Alan.
Alan, oh my gosh, I can't believe I got through. I just wanted to say, about a couple year listener, I don't agree with everything you say, but I don't disagree with everything you guys say. I think it's a wonderful show.
Aw, thanks.
Thank you,
I
James.
just want now this is Mary, right?
That's me.
When I first started listening, we listened on the radio app, and I drove out to Texas, and I was rolling. Anyways, Mary, I understand, like you said, that date you went on, that boy went through a lot of stuff, I get it, but ain't it cool? Potheads are like that. He just kind of just wanted to take you out, If you misstepped or anything, it's all good. Don't worry about it. But at least he showed you his side, You made him feel awkward, but I hope he didn't make you feel awkward.
No, not at all.
He didn't try to.
No.
But
We went out and
I thought that was a very cool story.
No, we went out and it just wasn't there.
I think that was my first day, right? And that's what I'm saying. He understood that. You know what I mean? You understand? He got the boundaries before it was just beautiful. So why not? Let's go watch a movie or something. Fist bump. I've never fist bumped.
Most of us.
Fist bump. That's what got me. I went, whoa.
Right. Whatever you're saying. Thank you, James. I appreciate it. He was rolling when Mary was telling that story. All right. Thank you, James. Maybe there is something down there in Akron. Maybe those hazmat teams are on the right track. All right, I got to take a break here. Who's leaving?
I'll leave.
All right, bye.
Euchre Club.
Euchre Club.
I'm wearing
All
a
right.
Euchre Club shirt today.
Yep. Get your bowers all lined up.
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll come back, wrap everything up. If you want to get the last word in, send me a text 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
This is Chris Broussard. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Paramount Plus.
Another NFL season is upon us, and the back-to-back defending champion Chiefs are set to kick it off against the Ravens later tonight. Browns left tackle Jedrick Wills won't be in the starting lineup Sunday against Dallas. He'll go through pregame warm-ups to test his knee's progress from that torn MCL. And the Browns parted ways with wide receiver David Bell today. He appeared in 31 games for Cleveland after being drafted in the third round in 2022. I'm Scott Davidson.
Paramount Plus is once again your home to stream the NFL on CBS all season long. Follow